Hello everyone, it is such a pleasure to see so many familiar faces today. Welcome all, my name is Chetna and I welcome you to today's event, Nyaya Nirmaan, Reimagining India's Legal Foundations for Viksit Bharat 2047. Presented to you by General Counsels Association of India, the unified voice of in-house legal counsels across India. The General Counsels Association of India is a non-profit society formed, managed and spearheaded by general counsels of leading companies in India with a vision to create a distinct professional identity for general counsels and institutionalize the in-house legal function as a separate, specialized stream of legal practice. As India approaches its centenary of independence, the legal and regulatory framework must evolve to support its ambitions of becoming a developed, inclusive, and globally competitive nation. Today's event aims to foster a robust dialogue among jurists, policymakers, industry leaders, and legal professionals on the foundational legal reforms required for India's transformation into a Viksit Bharat by 2047. To assist this, I would now request to please play the audio visual.
India is moving at an incredible pace. Our industries are innovating, our businesses are growing, and our youth are eager to lead. But too often, our legal systems and justice delivery still lag behind this growth. Laws and processes need to evolve faster to truly support the India we're building.
It is not just about the gaps in the legal system. Our young law students who are bright, capable, and ambitious don't always get access to meaningful and structured internships to make the market ready. They graduate with knowledge, but not with enough exposure to the realities of business and law. And it is this gap that continues to hold them back.
In order to give students opportunity to realize the realities of business, Gcai, General Counsels Association of India, is taking its first step in this direction by organizing Nyaya Nirmaan on September 19th, 2025. This initiative brings together senior government officials, senior judiciary, senior general counsels and other business leaders on one dais and enables people to discuss the way forward as India progresses towards Viksit Bharat 2047.
Nyaya Nirmaan is the curtain raiser for something we are deeply passionate about, Yukti. For the first time ever, 100 students from across India will be part of a 4-week internship and mentoring program. They will learn directly from general counsels, industry professionals and global experts across sectors like technology, aviation, media, disputes and governance. Yukti is about giving our students the skills and confidence to lead.
Counsels Association of India is proud to bring two important events. One is Nyaya Nirmaan and the other one is Yukti. Nyaya Nirmaan will showcase what are those reforms which are necessary to take India to a Viksit Bharat. And Yukti, which is our internship and skilling program, this will train students and young professionals for future so that the change of law and the internship program together make professionals that will take India to a Viksit Bharat.
This is the perfect glimpse to what is there for you for this event. And now, as we move forward, to set the context for the event, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Kemawat and Dr. Akhil Prasad, co-founders of the General Counsels Association of India. Dr. Kemawat has more than 30 years of industry experience. He currently serves as the Managing Director and Group General Counsel at SR Group. Alongside him, Dr. Prasad has more than 3 decades of industry experience. He currently serves as the board member, Group General Counsel, and Company Secretary at Boeing India. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the General Counsels Association of India, It is my privilege to welcome you all to Nyaya Nirmaan, reimagining India's legal foundations for Viksit Bharat at 2047. We are deeply honored to have with us today our chief guest, Honorable Shri Harsh Malhotra ji, Minister of State, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Honorable Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Chairman, Law Commission of India, is on his way. He is just about to reach. And Professor Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor of NLSIU Bangalore, who is with us right now. I welcome all our dignitaries here. I also extend a warm welcome to the distinguished justices, policymakers, parliamentarians, regulators, senior advocates, academicians, industry leaders, and members of the legal fraternity present with us today. India stands at a historic inflection point. By 2047, our centenary of independence, we aspire to become a Viksit Bharat, a developed nation among the top 3 global economies. Our GDP could touch $30 to $35 trillion. But no economy, however large, can thrive without a legal system that delivers justice swiftly, predictably, and fairly. Today's deliberations are centered on 4 key pillars. The first is the transformation of our legal profession. For India to truly integrate with the global economy, our legal practice must evolve. We need stronger professionalism, transparency, and convergence with global standards. The arrival of international law firms in India, combined with technology-enabled practice, presents both an opportunity and a responsibility to make our legal services globally competitive, but firmly rooted in ethics and accountability. The second is reform of India's law on damages. Our current framework under the Contract Act dates back to 1872, focused narrowly on compensatory damages. In a world of high-value cross-border commercial agreements, predictability and fairness in damages law is essential. We must move from judicial paternalism to contractual autonomy, where sophisticated parties allocate risk freely. Modernizing this law will make India a trusted destination for commerce and investment. The third is strengthening our arbitration and mediation ecosystem. India has the talent, institutions, and ambition to be a global arbitration hub, yet reliance on foreign centers continues. We must strengthen our arbitral institutions, ensuring neutrality, enforceability, and credibility. If we are serious about making India a hub by 2030, institutional arbitration, not ad hoc arbitration, must be the way forward. And finally, the justice delivery system itself. A system burdened with delays and adjournments cannot serve a modern economy. We need structural separation of judicial and administrative functions, so judges focus on adjudication while professionals manage administration. We need case management, e-courts, mobile courts, and the adoption of AI and data analytics to reduce pendency. Access to justice must not only be faster, but also wider, reaching citizens in metropolitan centers, Tier 2 towns, and rural communities. These reforms, professions, damages law, arbitration, and judiciary form one integrated vision, a justice system that underpins India's rise as a global power. I now invite my colleague, Dr. Akhil Prasad, to take us into the second dimension of our theme, the transformation of legal professionals themselves, our youth, our talent pipelines, and the mentoring that will shape the lawyers of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev, and well done. And, although Sanjeev looks much younger than I do, he's just 1 year junior to me. And secondly, if you were thinking why I was sweating so much in the video, it was because my wife took that video. So I was pretty nervous when she was taking that video. But I must thank all of you that you are here to support the General Counsel Association of India, because we are really fortunate to contribute and participate in the vision of our Prime Minister, to make India Viksit Bharat for 2047. We are really proud. On Yukti, I must tell you, I did not prepare a script like Sanjeev did, but the idea was to speak from the heart, and the heart is that no nation can develop unless we have legal professionals who are trained well. And I'm not saying we have not done well, but I think we can do better. And that is precisely the reason why in January 2024, Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy and I spent 5 hours at the Boeing campus, and that is where we started the deliberation that we should create something about this. And that was the point when we thought perhaps skilling, internship, and mentorship is one area where there is a lot of scope, where it's not only about the law school should do this, it's also about that industry should play its part. And so that is the kind of direction which Dr. Krishnaswamy gave us, and we started to build an outline of what that internship should be. The premise of that outline was not what we want to teach. The premise of this outline was what students want to learn. And that is exactly the first outline I sent it to Sir, and Sir deputed his professor, and some students gave their inputs. That was the starting of the outline of the internship program. And then taking that, I personally took that outline to many universities in India. Some of them are here, Shulini University. We took them to Shulini, we took their inputs, and we went to Shulini, they gave us excellent inputs. I went to Sir PES University, Bangalore. And PES University, Bangalore's deputed 8 of their students who did research of what that internship program should look like. And the same outline then we took to National Law University, Delhi. And the NLU Delhi also the students gave their inputs, what should that internship program should look like. And icing on the cake was Professor Ashish Bhardwaj. And Professor Ashish Bhardwaj coined the term for us, Yukti. Although he has very kindly agreed that the IP of Yukti will be with Gcai, but I must say that he was the author of the term called Yukti, which is Youth Unchained Through Knowledge and Transformative Internships. What we want to teach the students, or what the students want to learn from us through a corporate internship program, is not what they learn in a law school or what they typically learn in a corporate. The students came back to us and they said, we want to learn about industry sector. And this Yukti program will have 4 major industry sectors. One is aviation, which will be me and which will be my counterparts in the aviation industry. The second one will be on automobile, which will be by Manjari. Manjari is our, firepower for Maruti Suzuki. She is going to lead the automobile sector. Then we will have tech companies. Tech company will be led by Tejal Patil, who is our firepower again from Wipro. She's the Wipro GC. And the 4th sector for internship will be on sports and media and entertainment. And there we will have companies like Game24, because they are facing a lot of problems recently of some of the directives. But they will tell us how these companies are still resilient and what should students learn about in the tech companies and media and entertainment companies. The 5th sector that we are going to teach students will be on international arbitration. And that international arbitration will be taught by none other than the top arbitral forums in this country, internationally, which is SIAC, DIAC, and ICC. So they are our partners. They have said that they're going to, depute teaching staff for that internship program. And the final one is going to be cross-border disputes, because students on a day-to-day basis do not learn about what are those cross-border disputes. And we have many men here. People like them, they're going to teach students what those cross-border disputes will be. So the idea is to give students an international perspective. And why is that? Because international perspective is what Viksit Bharat is about. If we become the most developed nation in the world by 2047, we cannot ignore the international perspective. So this is what it is, and you will learn more about that when you have session 2, where we have very senior academic professionals on that panel who will talk about Yukti, and that's where we're coming from. So thank you again, all of you, for helping us by coming all the way and supporting our initiative, Nyaya Nirmaan and Yukti. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gimawat and Dr. Prasad. With that, we would now move forward towards the ceremonious lighting of the lamp. I would like to invite on stage Professor Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor of NLSIU, Bengaluru, and the Secretary Treasurer of the Consortium of National Law Universities. I would also like to invite Honorable Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Chairman, Law Commission of India. He'll just join us in a few minutes. I would also like to invite Mr. Shashmit Patra, Member of Parliament, please. I would also like to invite Shri Harsh Malhotra, Minister of State, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. All the guests to please take your seat. Thank you so much to our wonderful guests. I would now like to invite Dr. Akhil Prasad to please felicitate Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy. I would now like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Gimawat to felicitate Shri Harsh Malhotra. that, we will now move towards our inaugural session. The theme for today's event's inaugural session is Law as the Backbone of Corporate India. In this, we shall focus upon various facets like rule of law, governance, ease of business, ESG mandates, and dispute resolution. For this, to give the special address, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor of NLSIU, Bengaluru, and the Secretary Treasurer of the Consortium of National Law Universities. Welcome, Professor.
Honorable Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, the Chairman of the Law Commission of India, who I understand will join us any moment now. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Harsh Malhotra, Minister of State and Minister of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you to the General Counsel Association of India for inviting me here to be a part of this inaugural session and of this conference convened to reimagine India's legal foundations leading up to 2047. In this brief special address, I'm only just leading up to the conversations that follow. I want to emphasize two of the themes that have been set up for this inaugural session. I want to say a little bit about why we might think of the rule of law as a value and an aspiration that we can sign up to in a cross-partisan, cross-sectional way across the country. Second, I want to say a little bit about legal education and what part legal education may play in this transformation. I will close with a few words about the legal profession and some of the initiatives that are being inaugurated today. I have some views that might be slightly unorthodox about how the legal profession might help us in this transformation. So that's what I'm going to try and work through in the next 10 minutes. If anyone takes a look at rule of law indices measurements across the world, one would quickly realize that India doesn't come off too nicely. For a country that has inherited a strong legal system structurally, we find ourselves languishing in the bottom third of most rule of law indices. Is this a sign that we have not been able to marshal enough political commitment to the idea that the rule of law might be valuable to all of us? While we have celebrations of the Constitution, rightfully so, as we celebrate its 75th anniversary, we have no either policy or ceremonial even celebrations of what seems to be an abstract concept, the rule of law. I think in Indian languages we might struggle to articulate what the rule of law might mean, certainly not in a catchy phrase that people might recite and repeat. I'm going to suggest against this background context that while global concern over the ease of doing business or deregulation are goals that we embrace and try to implement, that we must first and foremost, above all, understand, appreciate, and commit ourselves to a rule of law future. I say this at an atypical time. It's not a popular topic, I think, in most parts of the world. I don't mean this as just a comment about India or the developing world. What is striking about the concept of the rule of law, and I'm not going to try and do an academic lecture about it today, is that it has cross-cutting effects. By which I mean that the average under trial languishing in prison for an unimplemented bail order and the general counsels sitting here, who are general counsels of some of the largest corporations in the country, can all agree that the rule of law is important. This ability of a value to cut across social demographics, political preferences, and partisanship is what makes the rule of law invaluable to all of us. As we embrace a constitutional commitment to a set of values captured in the preamble and elsewhere, we might want to think through why the instruments of constitutional governance are paved through the values of the rule of law. Our inability to understand and appreciate why the rule of law and a legal system that can, at least in the rudimentary sense, deliver on the value is critical to our future is something that hobbles us at this, the end of the first quarter of the 21st century. In the last quarter of the 20th century, India did exceptionally well across two areas of public policy and public life: health and education. Though in the first 25 years of the Republic, health and education were not, the two primary goals of public spending and investment in India's development history, the last 25 years of the 20th century and the first 25 years of this century have seen a serious commitment to health and education across political parties and across regimes. As a result, we have delivered remarkable outcomes on these two fronts in these 4 decades. Where are we in the recognition of law and the rule of law in particular as something that is as important as health and education to the future prospects of this country? In public policy, we speak sometimes of a concept called the Overton window, the politics of what is possible, creating a narrative framework within which certain kinds of public commitments and public policies become possible. It is critical on occasions like these that we emphasize that the Overton window on legal system reform, the value narrative framework that we bring to it, has to change. And I hope that the General Counsels Association of India, with its new initiatives looking ahead to 2047, works in this direction. We need to establish that the reform of the legal system and the institutionalization of the rule of law is as important as health or education to the social fabric of the country as it is, and the possibility of a developed country in 2047. So that, I think, is the ambitious and important task that the inaugural session invites us to think about. And I've tried to keep myself away from a standard talk that I might do at a university loaded with numbers and rather dense storytelling around these questions. I'll keep it at this, that this is the challenge before us, and I trust that all of you here would agree with me that we have an opportunity here at the end of the first quarter of the 21st century to reinstate the rule of law as a core commitment of governance in this country. I spend most of my time in legal education, and so I'll speak to that concern. Akhil was very gracious in suggesting that I helped with shaping and influencing the current initiative around I'll just wait a second. I was just turning to the second theme that I want to address, which is to discuss where legal education might fit with all of this. At the National Law School, Bangalore, we are committed to educating law students, committed to the rule of law. It's in our graduation oath. The university was established in the late 1980s, but came into its to graduate students in the early 90s. And it's a university that benefited immensely from the transformations in the Indian economy. The liberalization of the Indian economy created new opportunities for law graduates, which for all purposes, the graduates of my university embraced and grew with it. What was interesting in the early conception of the university was to see it as a full-time residential university, which at the same time was committed to a professional and skills education through intensive internship programs. And this was there in the 1980s, late 1980s. For those of you, and there are many of you who have a very good sense of the university and its evolution, I think you will recognize that it was ahead of its time in the 80s. I notice now that in the United Kingdom, where much of the legal system of this country might have originated, and law school education is much far older than here, they're playing desperate catch-up with the idea that a legal education needs to be both things, a theoretical and an academically rigorous education, as well as a professional and skills-based education. We started along that path some time ago. But what was striking at that point, and I want to emphasize that, is that legal education was conceived narrowly as being an education to the litigating bar. Now, this idea that all law graduates will automatically go on to become litigating advocates in the court was almost a given. That was how the internship program was designed. And while the transactional law firm world adapted quickly to internship programs and then offered an attractive alternative for students, the in-house counsel space, many of the people here have never really been a part of that legal education landscape at the early stage when students are making up career choices. For legal education to become what it should be, a wide, broad education for many careers, not least litigating careers in the court, in-house careers in corporations, careers in transactional law firms, and now the emerging fields of law and technology, at the very least, that legal education must speak to these concerns, and I would make it an urgent request to all of you in this room to make those pathways possible, feasible and possible. And so I'm delighted that the Yukti program, which was discussed in at least 2 occasions, and not all discussions result in the launch of an initiative. So due credit to the team that's put this together and really pushed to make this possible. I've looked at the draft proposal that's going to be launched today. It's an outstanding internship process, and I really envy the students who will have the benefit of going through this kind of training ahead of their professional choices. The legal profession in India, and I want to say a little bit about this and close. The legal profession in India has been historically divided between the litigating bar and the solicitor's firm. And now I'm going back 150 years to the emergence of a modern legal profession in India. That division between transactional lawyering and litigator lawyers has held up for the most part. There are blurred edges after the Advocates Act in the 1960s. There is no formal distinction, legal distinction, that is, between the two kinds of lawyering. The distinction nevertheless exists in practice, and it's been something that has not shifted too much over the last few decades. Some of these concerns are regulatory concerns with the rules governing the legal profession, but some of these have been just how people get acculturated into ways of working. The in-house counsel has not even been part of this conversation. The in-house counsel has been a role and a pathway that almost exists unto itself. And remarkably, it's the in-house counsel who usually provides work to both the transactional lawyer and to the litigating lawyer. It's all of you, many of you in this room, who are the originators of much of the work that the rest of the bar does. So it must be a puzzle, at least for someone, and I can speak freely here, not having investments in any of these spaces, that it's a puzzle that the origin point of much of the work in commercial law is absent from both the policy discussions and the regulatory frameworks that govern the legal profession. It's a remarkable point, right? And I take it that whatever else the 2047 reimagination of the legal, of the foundations of the Indian legal system must require, it must require a reimagination of the organization and regulation of the legal profession. Unless, and we have many challenges, and unless the talent that we have in the legal profession can put their heads together to resolve some of the pressing issues of legal system reform, this is not going to happen quickly. There is no silver bullet. I know everyone says, what is the silver bullet to legal system reform? I've written extensively about this elsewhere. There is no silver bullet. It's many things done consistently and with the willingness to change, be nimble in that kind of reform. That's what the story across the world tells us. But I'm not going to talk about that today. What I do want to emphasize is that we have no hope if the question of the unified efforts of the various parts of the legal profession does not take place. So for a General Counsel's Association of India, I take it that this is not very different from what I hope many of you think should happen, and I hope that it falls to you to make that happen. I take it that it is no accident that the Indian legal profession is organized in the way that it is at the moment. It will take deliberate effort and a lot of sweat by many of the people in this room to imagine and make a better future possible. It is that kind of legal profession that can transition the Indian legal system out of its current morass. Professor Menon, who founded the National Law School of India, and I was glad to chat with the president of the Gcai, Mr. Raghu, who told me that Professor Menon was his teacher too at the Campus Law Center in Delhi, would often say, to the chagrin of other people on the dais, that legal system reform is too important to be left to the lawyers. He would say that if you left it to the lawyers and the judges, we are the people who have too much of a vested interest in the way things are. And he would suggest at that point, he would usually follow up with the idea that if legal academia does not rise to this challenge to push the legal profession in directions that matter, that this was unlikely to happen. So that's my role this afternoon. My role is to push. I've pushed and look forward to hearing more from all of you and working with you in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krishnaswamy. Now, we have been graciously joined by Honorable Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Chairman, Law Commission of India. Welcome, sir. And I would also please like if Dr. Sanjeev Gemawat could please felicitate. Honorable Justice Dinesh Maheshwari to please come on the podium and give the inaugural address.
A very good afternoon to all. Honorable Shri Harsh Malhotra ji, the Minister of State, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, respected Professor Dr. Sudhir Krishna Goswami ji, the Vice Chancellor of NLSU Bangalore, and Secretary Treasurer of the Consortium of National Law Universities, Mr. Dr. Sanjeev Gemawat, sir, hello colleagues, the learned dignitaries of the dais, professors, the learned senior advocates, the general counsels, advocates, students, ladies, gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great pride for me to be here with you all this afternoon on this initiative of Nyaya Nirmaan, reimagining India's legal foundations for Viksit Bharat 2047. As I could notice it from Dr. Sanjeev Gemawat's passionate discussions on the theme of this conference, the topics and the subjects which he has chosen, the learned dignitaries who would be sharing their thoughts here, the subjects, particularly those relating to transforming the legal profession. Krishna Swami sir has a lot many things to say about that, internship and skilling of the youth, reforming the law on damages. Dr. Gemawat has this particular subject near to his heart, and very recently he has done a thought-provoking piece also which we came across in the newspapers. And there are several points to ponder over there. Strengthening ADR ecosystems, and then in general reimagining the justice delivery. This particular conference, I'm very sure, is going to give us several those points to ponder in a proper and a structured manner, or which we have been randomly thinking over, had been pondering over. Very many times we're trying to find solutions. Sometimes the solution seems to be approaching, but still eluding us somewhere. Dr. Krishna Swami sir has one point to make, that maybe a thought was that so far as legal reforms are concerned, well, leaving it in the hands of the advocates or the lawyers is fraught with some of its own challenges and may not bring about those results which you are looking at. I wish to rejoin on it with, we welcome our mentor and teacher, Justice Sikri sir, also, and I wish to rejoin on this particular aspect, having been there in legal profession, starting as a law student in those years where when we were the law students, we were there by default, not by choice. When we were not fitting in anywhere else, then only we were becoming the law students. And then joining the law profession as the profession of last resort. From that onwards, the things have changed a lot. But having been there as an advocate for a good number of years, of extending more than 2 decades, then got an opportunity to serve on the bench as a judge for about 2 decades, and now getting a chance to serve in the Law Commission. So in these different roles, being basically a law graduate, as a batsman or a bowler in the field, when I was an advocate, trying to win the matches for my team, transforming into an umpire as a judge, only deciding what is right and what is wrong, who is out and who is not out, and then converting into the commentator now in the commentary box. Okay. In these different roles, there's one thing in common I have noticed, ladies and gentlemen, that when a person is trained in law and then the person is ensuring the law in operation in whatever manner, in whatever area and he is or she is operating, fraternity is one particular hallmark of a lawyering community. We understand the concept of fraternity much better. If I'm not criticizing any other calling, but fraternity, the features, the values of fraternity, one of the fundamental values of our Constitution also, assuring the dignity of the individual, starting from the fraternity. The legal community as a whole, I can say with pride and with a reasonable sense of satisfaction, although so many things are always required to be done, that we understand concepts of fraternity. We inculcate them right from the beginning when we start our law school, when we start practicing as advocates, maybe now different areas of functioning, moreover as judges, and then in whatever field. And that all is basically given to us by our teachers, the academia, who give us the values, not only the text of law or the statutes, but the texture of those texts. We get it from you, the professors, apply them, and in the course of applying them, we learn several principles of fraternity. A lawyer, an advocate particularly, is not only taught, in fact, he practices that in the court of law to be fair. When we talk of justice, fairness is what justice is. To be fair to the court, and not only to the court, to be fair to your client, to the court, and most interestingly, to the opponent also, and then ensure that justice is done. So in the process of delivery of justice, the lawyering community of its own has developed those striking features of fraternity, and thereby, well, if any corrective measures are to be taken, the lawyering community has been taking it up. The programs of the present, of today, or of this nature, very many times when they come up, the common thread running across is that we always look for, well, betterment within the system, and whatever we can contribute, each one of us continues to contribute. Yes, challenges are there. We are a vast society. The striking feature of our country is the unity in diversity. It is not diversity which is the striking feature. The striking feature is unity, and that unity, well, we all, well, always commit ourselves to and continue to commit. So far as the corrective measures are concerned, I am very sure that lawyering community is strong enough to develop those areas wherever the developments, wherever the corrective measures are needed. And we will continue to work for, ultimately, as we are looking at Viksit Bharat by 2047, maybe we would be able to achieve that or much more than that much before 2047. But the march is already ahead. So friends, when India is approaching this centenary of its independence, nothing is better than to see that this Nyaya is the central theme of this discussion. This is that quintessence from which emanates the spirit of all laws. It's the end which all laws, institutions, and systems strive for. For the smooth functioning of any system, a strong framework of law becomes the serving ground, which, when strengthened, turns the aspiration for Nyaya into a reality and consequently leads to building a development of societal trust on the institutions. It's a gradual process which involves reforms, transformation, and dynamic development with a strict adherence to the principles of dharma, the Nyaya. When we speak of Nyaya Nirmaan, our minds instinctively travel to the judges, courts, and statutes. But I wish to place before you a little different perspective. Nyaya Nirmaan is not only about justice in the courtrooms. It must echo through the boardrooms. It must be debated in the newsrooms. It must permeate through the chat rooms and must resonate in the conference rooms also. And I'm very sure that this conference shall create a symphony of such resonance. If India aspires to become a $35 trillion economy by 47, then corporate governance is not an accessory to development. It is the architecture on which the economic skyscraper must stand. A nation's GDP may be measured in numbers, but its destiny is always measured in trust, fairness, and predictability of laws. And trust, unlike profits, cannot be manufactured overnight. Yet too often, companies reduce governance to, when we are talking of corporate governance, particularly as I understand, that, well, corporate governance is going to be one of the themes you will be discussing about. The companies reduce the governance to merely a checklist, filing the returns, signing the minutes, and moving on. But governance is not about filing forms. It's about forming trust. For a foreign investor, contracts matter, but what matters far more is the confidence that our courts and regulators will enforce those contracts predictably and fairly. in that sense, the rule of law is, if I may borrow this particular expression from a finance report, India's true FDI magnet, the rule of law. Our country is standing presently at an inflection point at all fronts today, be it technological, economical, legal, or commercial. India has not just reached, but it has surged ahead to make its impactful position as the world's fourth largest economy. It must thus ensure that its corporate institutions evolve in tandem to sustain growth and global credibility. Before we proceed a little further, I'm tempted here with this August gathering to recall that far ahead of its times, we have had one of the most seminal and classic works in the realm of our ancient legal history, and one of that had been Yagwal Smriti, which offers an eloquent and beautiful exposition on associations in general, compacts as they should say, including their governance and importance. Mentioning this becomes an important part of this discussion, as the context of it lies in the ancient roots of our legal history, where associations were not seen as mere social constructs, but collective units that were accorded the highest priority amongst the duties of the king. Well, one of the verse 189 in Yagwal Smriti, gives us to the pedestal at which associations and their correlation with sovereign was put, when it was said that a king would be, when an association comes to it, that is samuh karya, then matters of business related to collective body, they must be attended at by the king, the sovereign, in priority, that is for any government to take instructions from. And then the king must allow them to state their viewpoints and then disperse honorably by giving them gifts too. These verses, they articulate the importance of fundamental principles of institutional respect, thus guided by dignity, ethics, and mutual gratitude. Furthermore, is one of the other verses, verse 192, lays down that the king, the sovereign state, of course, in today's context, bore the responsibility to protect the unity of associations by preventing internal divisions and preserve their traditional and customary practices. This makes us realize that the idea of corporate governance is deeply rooted and preserved in India's heritage. And it is not a borrowed wisdom from anywhere else. It envisions a state where corporate regulation is designed on a collaborative model with respect and reverence as its foundation, and where the state acts as a facilitator as well as custodian in the governance. The spirit of this is best reflected in the concepts of corporate social responsibility, institutional and procedural autonomy, business ethics to uplift the stakeholder engagement and to enhance the ease of doing business. So friends, it fills me with a sense of immense pride to address you, that you all who represent not merely a modern collective, but as the living legacy of honor, dignity, and reverence. This moment today serves as a bridging ground between our glorious past and a promising future in the field of corporate governance, and of course, with that, all the correlated aspects, including the strengthening of our legal systems. So when we say today that the rule of law is India's invisible balance sheet, it is more about order, trust, and predictability, and of course, dharma. This means that ethics must be treated not as a CSR checkbox, but as the only appreciating asset. A company with a strong legal culture can weather any market storm. A company that plays fast and loose with compliance may show short-term profits, but like Duryodhan's palace of illusions, it will eventually collapse. If we wish to invite global capital, we must show that our contracts are not merely on paper, or our arbitration is not a mere theater, and our enforcement is not a mere promise. When we are talking about these aspects, I was indicated by Dr. Gemawat about the topic related with damages, and he wanted me to make a few comments about, or at least on my thoughts about, the law relating to damages. There's one whole session devoted to it, and I'm very sure some thought-provoking presentations would be made here, and we would be having further on to work on it. Yes, indeed. Damages in the commercial law, as at present as we stand, it's seen more like a courtroom's calculator. Well, it's adding, subtracting, or merely arriving at a number. But when we think of damages as the interest rate, damages as interest rate of trust, how a country values time and money. If they are uncertain, commerce hesitates, and if they are predictable, investment flows. So yes, damages are definitely required to be. The damages regime which we are having as at present, as Dr. Gemawat has indicated in his article too, requires rethinking, but then we need to think about the predictability, the certainty, and assurance also arising out of a contract. So merely providing for an uncertainty in the name of damages may also not serve the purpose which we are trying to achieve. But yes, of course, when India builds towards Viksit Bharat 2047, we have to imagine the modern law of damages not as a colonial relic, but as a national growth enabler, one that fuels investment, strengthens governance, and keeps the great machinery of commerce running smooth on the oil of trust, the lifeblood of a thriving economy, and the cornerstone of commitment. So I'm very sure the discussions on damages also here is going to provide us several of those points to work on and take this particular thought forward. So whatever alterations or developments which we can think of or suggest, which definitely could be suggested, but this would definitely require a little bit of extra deliberations or a little bit of extra thoughts from all the concerned. Friends, in summation, I would say, let us recognize the fact that the corporate governance and judicial efficiency are not merely the technical details. They are not the ends to be achieved as goals, but they are very imperative for a strong nation building. Thus, the current framework has to be restructured, reimagined, and redeveloped for developing the structure of corporate governance as a whole, because the rule of law builds credibility, as I said. Friends, an efficient justice system is never a luxury or a destination. It is a very foundation of every mechanism. Last word, of course, definitely always belongs to the next generation, Gen Z, as they say. Of course, this particular expression brings some the other memories also of the recent past. But yes, we can always look for a better tomorrow. The last word, of course, belongs to them. The youth of today, they are not merely entering the legal profession. They are going to build India's legal culture. A student trained today in an AI-driven compliance or in institutional arbitration could tomorrow be the general counsel of a robotic giant, or perhaps even the law minister shaping the national ADR policy. As we look towards 2047, let us remember that India will not be judged solely by how many unicorns it has created, but also by how many ethical institutions it has preserved. Corporate governance may be the vehicle, but law is the spine that allows corporate India to stand tall. And Viksit Bharat is not just an economic aspiration, it's a promise that contracts will be honored, disputes will be resolved, and the investors would be protected, and ultimately society would be served. So let us not see governance and Nyaya as parallels, but as strongly interwoven threads of the democratic fabric, which will enable us to hoist high the flag of honor, carrying forward the vision of justice as the legacy we imprint for the Viksit Bharat. If the economics is the heart of the India's growth story, then law is its conscience. And in this march towards 2047, may our conscience always remain stronger than our balance sheets. I wish this conference a huge success. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Justice Maheshwari. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would want us to together welcome and hear the keynote address by our chief guest, Shri Harsh Malhotra, the Honorable Minister of State for Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Welcome, sir.
आज इस जनरल काउंसिल्स एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा आयोजित बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्फ्रेंस, जिसमें मंच पर उपस्थित जस्टिस श्री दिनेश जी, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सुधीर कृष्ण स्वामी, इस संस्था के अध्यक्ष सीवी रघु जी, संजीव जी, अखिल जी, एंड ऑफ कोर्स dignitaries, rather I should say legal luminaries of the dais. विकसित भारत 2047 की संकल्पना प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की, उसका अर्थ एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, स्पेस, रेडी वाला, झुग्गी वाला और बड़ा इंडस्ट्रीज, कॉरपोरेट हाउसेस, इन सभी को समाहित करते हुए भारत विकसित हो सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी की संकल्पना में आज अगर उन्होंने सोचा कि 2047 में जब भारत अपनी आज़ादी के 100 साल पूरे कर रहा होगा, तब तक भारत विकसित होना चाहिए, उसके लिए लीगल फ्रेमवर्क जो कि कॉलोनियल रिजीम से भी चलता चला आ रहा है, हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में बहुत फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी है, उस सारे फ्रेमवर्क को रीसेट करने की, रीइमेजिन करने की, और जो आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का थीम भी है, रीइमेजिनिंग इंडियाज लीगल फाउंडेशन, एंड दैट टू फॉर द विकसित भारत 2047। सबसे पहले तो मैं आयोजकों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करता हूं कि बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट टॉपिक पर आपने ये डेलिब्रेशंस रखी हैं। बट जब संजीव जी मेरे को मिलने आए थे तो भी मुझे लगा था कि इतना वास्ट टॉपिक है, इसमें बहुत कुछ डिस्कस करने के लिए भी है, तो उसके लिए आधा दिन बहुत कम लगता है। बात भी ठीक है, लेकिन आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड वेरी वेल दैट इट इज़ वेरी हैवी स्टफ ऑल्सो। तो शायद इसलिए इन्होंने सोचा होगा कि इतना हैवी स्टफ पूरे दिन चलेगा नहीं चलेगा। हो सकता है आज की डेलिब्रेशंस के बाद नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस जब इस पर करेंगे तो सारा दिन की भी हों, क्योंकि मैं जब टॉपिक्स देख रहा हूँ, हालांकि जस्टिस दिनेश ने भी टॉपिक्स को थोड़ा टच किया है और अभी से ये कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने वाली है, हमारे बाद आप सारा दिन अलग अलग टॉपिक्स पर डेलिब्रेट करने वाले हैं। लेकिन अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये संकल्पना कि मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट एंड मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस, ये हो तभी सकता है कि जब जो हमारे प्रेजेंट लॉज हैं, जिसमें से बहुत से ऐसे कानून जो काफ़ी समय पुराने चले आ रहे हैं और उनका रेलेवेंस आज ख़त्म हो गया, उस बात को टेक केयर करने के लिए मेरे पार्लियामेंट में मेरे साथी डॉक्टर सस्मित पात्रा भी बैठे हैं और अक्सर हम पार्लियामेंट में भी एंड ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट भी बहुत सी ऐसी चीज़ें डिस्कस भी करते हैं। और ये हमारी सरकार ने बहुत सा करके भी दिखाया। और अभी आप देखेंगे जब नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स आए हैं और जब जीएसटी रेजिम शुरू हुआ, उसके बाद से लगातार जीएसटी काउंसिल की मीटिंग्स का होना, जिसमें पूरे देश के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर्स, उनके सेक्रेटरीज उस पर डेलिब्रेट करते हैं कि हमने जो किया है उसको रीथिंक करने की भी ज़रूरत है। ये हमारी सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता प्रदर्शित भी करता है कि वी आर रेडी टू रीथिंक द थिंग्स। और वही आपने देखा कि अभी हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने न केवल सिस्टम को ठीक किया, कंप्लायंसेस को कम किया, बल्कि केवल 0%, 5% और 18% का जीएसटी स्ट्रक्चर खड़ा किया। ये छोटी बात नहीं है। हमारे पास आज भी हम जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, लगातार डिफरेंट ट्रेड विंग्स के लोग आते हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग विंग्स के लोग आते हैं कि सर हमारा अभी 2500 से ऊपर जो रेडीमेड गारमेंट है उस पर 18% ही रखा है। तो मैं बात करता हूं कि क्या जो आपका रॉ मटेरियल है, धागा है, बटन है, सुई है या और रॉ मटेरियल है, उसका क्या हुआ? कह रहे सर हाँ वो तो 5% हो गया। हम तो उसके बाद भी इसको रीथिंक करने को तैयार है। इतना बड़ा रिफॉर्म जीएसटी को लेकर के, हालांकि उससे ये बात भी लगती है कि हमारा रेवेन्यू, सरकार को चलाने का रेवेन्यू कम हो सकता है, पर हम इस बात को भी मानते हैं कि जब उसका स्फीयर बड़ा होगा तो रेवेन्यू कम नहीं होगा, बड़ा होगा। जैसे जीएसटी लागू करने पर बहुत से ऐसे टैक्सेस मर्ज किए गए जीएसटी में, उन सब टैक्सेस को मर्ज करने के बावजूद भी जो ये फियर था कि हमारा रेवेन्यू कम होगा, वो कम नहीं हुआ, वो बड़ा ही है। तो मोदी जी की सरकार इस बात के लिए बिल्कुल हर समय तैयार है और उनके कृतित्व में भी ये बात दिखाई देती है कि हमने विशेष तौर से पिछले 5 सालों में, अगर मैं जन विश्वास एक्ट 2023 और 25 की बात करूं तो 16 सेंट्रल एक्ट्स में 288 प्रावधानों को डिक्रिमिनलाइज किया है, 67 को संशोधित किया है। इसके अलावा भी ऐसे 1500 कानून हैं जिनको बिल्कुल निरस्त कर दिया, जिनकी कोई आवश्यकता ही नहीं थी। आप देखेंगे कंप्लायंस बर्डन कम करने के लिए लगभग 45,000 ऐसे कंप्लायंसेस थे जिनको बिल्कुल खत्म कर दिया। अगर मैं कंपनीज एक्ट की बात करूं, क्योंकि मेरे पास कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स भी है रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ, रोड हाईवेज के साथ साथ, तो हमने 81 में से 50 कंपाउंडेबल ऑफेंसेस को डिक्रिमिनलाइज किया है। ये मोदी जी की सरकार की ये प्रतिबद्धता बताता है कि हम गवर्नमेंट को कम, गवर्नेंस को बेटर और ईजी करना चाहते हैं। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की बात करें तो आज सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, बहुत से इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट यहाँ बैठे हैं, उनके लीगल हेड्स भी यहाँ बैठे हैं। सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम एक छोटा एमएसएमई से लेकर के बड़े कॉरपोरेट हाउस तक के लिए प्रारंभ किया। आज किसी कंपनी को वॉलंटरी स्ट्राइक ऑफ करना है तो उसके लिए प्रावधान तैयार किया। अगर आज किसी कंपनी को इनकॉर्पोरेट करना है तो ना केवल वो 48 आवर्स में इनकॉर्पोरेट होती है, बल्कि 11 नेसेसरी रजिस्ट्रेशंस भी उसको मिलते हैं। उसको फैक्ट्री लाइसेंस लेने के लिए या पोल्यूशन का लाइसेंस लेने के लिए कहीं और नहीं जाना है। जिस दिन कंपनी इनकॉर्पोरेट होती है, राइट ऑन दैट डे नेसेसरी रजिस्ट्रेशंस मिलते हैं। आदमी अपना बिजनेस, दैट कंपनी कैन स्टार्ट इट्स बिजनेस राइट फ्रॉम द नेक्स्ट डे। और सबसे बड़ा रिफॉर्म जो मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया, जो 3 नए क्रिमिनल लॉज को इंप्लीमेंट किया है। मैं मानता हूं कि मैं अभी प्रोफेसर सुधीर जी से बात कर रहा था कि क्या अभी लॉ ऑफ टॉर्ट्स भी अनरिटन है। तो सीरियसली जब मैंने लॉ किया दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी से, तो उस समय भी हमारे पास कोई एक्ट नहीं था लॉ ऑफ टॉर्ट्स का, आज तक भी नहीं है। उसमें कुछ पार्ट जरूर एनेक्टेड हुआ है, बट लॉ ऑफ टॉर्ट्स आज भी, दैट द प्रोजेक्ट इज स्टिल पेंडिंग, और मैं होप करता हूं कि वो जल्दी पार्लियामेंट में आएगा आपके द्वारा। बट वो आज मस्ट है। डैमेजेस के लिए बात करते हैं तो चाहे वो कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल डैमेजेस हों, व्यापार के, इंडस्ट्री के डैमेजेस हों, या किसी की डिफेमेशन के डैमेजेस हों, तो कम और ज्यादा की बात नहीं है। जस्टिस होना एक बात है, इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट जस्टिस होता हुआ दिखना चाहिए, यह भी एक इंपॉर्टेंट बात है। तभी आम जन में लॉ के प्रति यह विश्वास बनता है। आज भी 2 लोगों का झगड़ा होता है तो वो यही बोलते हैं कि मैं तुझे कोर्ट में देख लूंगा। तो यह विश्वास बना रहना चाहिए। आज हमारे लॉज इतने रिफॉर्म्स होने के बावजूद भी पेंडेंसी ऑफ केसेस बहुत ज्यादा है। अभी जब ऑफ द डायस हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे तो एनसीएलटी, एनक्लेट, इनमें भी पेंडेंसी है। लेकिन जहां आईबीबीआई की बात करते हैं तो फर्म्स का रिजोल्यूशन और वो स्पीड अप हुआ है, बट उसके बावजूद उसे और स्पीड अप होने की आवश्यकता है। बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ ना बोलते हुए मैं एक बार फिर से आयोजकों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं और बधाई देता हूं इस बात के लिए कि एक ऐसे टॉपिक्स पर डिस्कशन आप लोगों ने रखा है जिसमें एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात, जो मैं, क्योंकि डॉक्टर सुधीर स्टूडेंट्स को शेप अप करते हैं। आज 12th का बच्चा जब लॉ पढ़ने के लिए जाता है तो उसका माइंडसेट क्या होता है, और जब वो ग्रेजुएट होके बाहर आता है तो उसको किस लेवल तक शेप अप किया होता है, उसमें इंटर्नशिप का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। जो बुकिश नॉलेज है, और जब वो बच्चा या यंग हमारा जनरेशन का स्टूडेंट फील्ड में जाता है और इंटर्नशिप करता है तो उसको लगता है कि मैंने जो पढ़ा, जितना भी इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा हो, मैंने जो पढ़ा उसकी वास्तविकता कोर्ट में या कंपनी लॉ में या कंपनीज में डिफरेंट है। तो हमारे करिकुलम में भी बहुत से एडवांसमेंट्स उस लेवल पर लाए हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि आज के समय में कॉन्टिन्यूअस थिंकिंग एंड रिफॉर्मिंग आवर लॉज एंड प्रोसीजर्स बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं आयोजकों को ये भी आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, जो अभी जस्टिस दिनेश ने भी कहा कि आपके लिए बहुत काम छोड़ा है, पर मैं ये मानता हूं कि खाली आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं, इसके अलावा भी जो डेलिब्रेशंस आप करते हैं, जो सुझाव आप हमें सरकार के रूप में हमें मिलेंगे, हम उनको और बेहतर करके इम्प्लीमेंट करने का भी प्रयास करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच श्री हर्ष मल्होत्रा, बहुत ही बेहतरीन आपने हमारे साथ ये शेयर किया है। और इसके साथ ही now we'd move on to our next session. Our next session is very, very interesting for the day. The theme of this session is Transforming the Legal Profession, review of the existing framework in line with future needs, particularly for corporate India, focusing upon factors like enhancing ethical standards and transparency, embracing global practices in legal services, addressing regulatory gaps in cross-border legal practice, leveraging tech and AI for case management. So with that, I would also like to thank all of our guests on the dais as we now move on to the next session. Please come together for a photo. Thank you so much to all our guests. I would request all of you to please give a round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our session for the day. The session is themed Transforming the Legal Profession, review of the existing framework in line with future needs, particularly for corporate India. To moderate this session, we have with us Ms. Minnie Mandapam, Asia Pacific Head, Investigations, Compliance and Ethics Group, Chair of India Practice, Baker McKenzie. Welcome, ma'am. We also have with us our guest of honor, Justice Arjun Kumar Sikri, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, Judge of International Commercial Court of Singapore. Welcome, sir. We also have our distinguished guest, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Sri Sasmit Patra, an articulate leader and advocate. He serves on several crucial parliamentary committees. Let us extend a very warm welcome to him. We would like to mention that Dr. Lalit Bhasin was also joining us today. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he could not be here. Please join me in welcoming our next distinguished guest, Dr. Rajiv Mani, Secretary, Legislative Department, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India. His profound expertise has been instrumental in advising the Union government on critical constitutional and legal matters. Welcome, sir. It is also my privilege to introduce Sri Mahavir Singhvi on stage, a senior Indian Foreign Service official currently holding the position of Joint Secretary, New Emerging and Strategic Technologies. Welcome, sir. Also, please join me in welcoming Sri Mahesh Agarwal. He is a highly respected legal professional providing services to corporate India. We are truly privileged to have your presence with us today. We also would like to welcome Dr. Anshul Vikram Pandey, the founder and chief builder at Pan Science Innovations. And joining us for the discussion as GCAI representative, we have Sri Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel of Larsen & Toubro Limited. Without further ado, we would now commence the session. Thank you.
Perhaps we could ask people to be brought in as well. I have the most amazing panel, and I would not want anyone to miss out on hearing from them. It also happens to be probably the biggest panel I've ever had to moderate. As mentioned, my name is Minnie Menon Vanderpoel. I'm a partner with Baker McKenzie. We are one of those international law firms eager to be physically present with an office in India. So this is a very exciting opportunity for us, and I thank the GCAI for their leadership, their foresight, and the way that they are guiding the discourse in terms of topics which are so important today. So I am going to, without delay, start, because there are a couple of our panel members who do have other commitments and may need to leave prior to the end of the session. I had a number of different topics I wanted to cover, but I'm going to go to probably the one that means the most. You know, we have a lot of seminars and sessions, and we talk a lot, whether that's with government, with industry bodies, with law firms, with in-house counsel. But what we want is action. And the reason we need the action is to promote foreign direct investment in India. We want to give lawyers opportunities. We want them to be on the global stage. We want them to have the learning of global best practice and the experience of cross-border business transactions. So that's where I come from a firm that believes that India is not only going to be one of the powerhouses and is already leading the way from an economic standpoint, but it also has the opportunity to lead the way from a legal sector standpoint. So many of our clients are now starting to establish their regional headquarters here in India. Of course, the Indian conglomerates, and you have Hemant here from Larsen & Toubro, speak of the business need of creating more opportunities in the legal sector. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the basic question, which is, what is the single biggest change that India must make in its legal services sector to become more competitive on the global stage? And with that, I'm going to first ask Justice Sikri to give a few words. Please, if you could answer the question or provide your few words.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this is the most pertinent question and the theme of this session also. If I may say so, just giving a prelude to it, I know, I mean, time is the constraint in this session, and when particularly we have so many panelists, as you have rightly mentioned. When we talk of legal profession in India, I was just when Justice Maheshwari was giving his inaugural speech. So I was remembering when he said that in our times, law used to be the last resort. If we are not able to get admission in any other course, we'll join law. And I was at that time remembering two anecdotes, which I may say, one is of our time, one is of present time, and it may reflect the future as well. We had our teacher in law school. I've done my LLB from Delhi University Law Faculty. So he used to say jokingly, the students don't come here to do law, but they come here to find in-laws. So those were the times. Now, fast forward by, say, about 40 years. Few years ago, I know many of you may be remembering, may not be remembering, there was one television show which was moderated by Mr. This film actress Anupam Kher. And he in that show, he would, every time when at this show, I think it was weekly or something, was 7 or 8 children, maybe from 7, 8 years to 13, 14 years of age. So he used to discuss with them so many things and how, and it was becoming very interesting, that program. So I saw one episode where he asked, must be a 9-year-old girl. So he says, what you want to become in your life? I mean, in our time, 9 years, we won't even understand what is this, that your career. And her answer was amazing. She didn't say that I want to become a lawyer, of course, she said about legal profession. Her answer was, I want to become a corporate lawyer. I mean, at the age of 9, she not only knew what the law is, but she knew the nuances also and the various facets also. So that was about maybe 10 years ago. And now we are talking in this session of what the legal phase would be in 2047 or what we need to do. Actually, if you see, when we were students, I was student back in 1974 to 1977, I did law. So 77, I passed out. In 2 years' time, I will be completing 50 years in this profession. But the law, see, Constitution has come. At that time, in 1950, Constitution was one of the most important subject. We were ingrained into, or we imbibed the values of rule of law and constitutionalism, while, as I say, walking in the corridors of our law faculty. And those were the days when we joined the profession also in 77, and here many who have done practice in India, and they are of my times or immediately thereafter, would be knowing that in mid-70s and till early 80, 81, so we had that social justice court with Justice Krishna Iyer, Justice Reddy, and many others of that. And so therefore, it was at that time social justice. We have to do justice for the people. That, and we were all told, and there were many judgments of that time also, telling the lawyers that what is your role in this society. Ensuring access to justice to the people, ensuring that people get justice. And here people was a common man, marginalized section of the society, etc. We come to 1991, when India ushered into the era of liberalization and globalization. So that changed the trajectory. And with that, naturally, we became a part of the global world. Our laws, which were limited to, their relevance within India, we had to have those laws which are competitive with or which are in consonance with international best practices. Many reforms took place in that. So convergence of laws, and as we know, even Arbitration Act in 1996 on the basis of ancestral law, on the basis of what WIPO, the suggestions of WIPO, our intellectual property laws change, whether it is this Trademark Act, entire new act came into force, many changes in the copyright law, many changes in the Patent Act, etc. So India marched towards, as far as statutory regime is concerned, yes, we should also have the laws which are there. And in the process, what happens? The trajectory legal ecosystem also changes. Apart from, yes, justice for the marginalized section of the society, which still remains. It will remain maybe till in 2047 we become as we say, a country which is a developed country, still not fully developed, maybe something else. But today we have that section of the society, marginalized section, and many other sections who need justice. So that remains. So we, as I say, that now the legal profession is on that railway track where two parallel lines. On the other hand, we have entered into the era of globalization where total change, as I see, because when I joined the bench in 1999, and before that I had been doing arbitration cases and other types of cases, they were all domestic. When during my period as judge, I found some of the cases which international flavor, etc. But after my retirement, when I'm acting as an arbitrator and as an arbitrator in so many international arbitrations also, so complexities of the disputes are changing, trajectory is totally changing, and in all these fields, it's not only international arbitration where complex matters are coming, but then There are many, many other, including, as I said, patents also, intellectual property also. And another thing which is happening is at fast pace, the technology which is changing. And this technological development has again brought into, if I may say, in very shortly and without going into the details, has opened many areas of new practice, etc. So Indian lawyers, now coming to, because I wanted, Indian lawyers have to now not only compete with lawyers and have to attain that standards which the international committee expects, but also have to equip itself, the lawyers in this country and the legal profession has to equip itself what is happening around the world. And today we are in a very peculiar situation. And here I'm talking of the entire world. From globalization, as I always call, now in last few years, we are now in the era of globalization. There's globalization which will remain, but there is attempt everywhere. You see whether it is why Brexit happened, because for British own internal reasons, what is happening in America we know. And India also talks of Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat, etc. So we want that, and made in India and everything, yeah, it should be there, but at the same time, we have to be a part of international community. We need foreign direct investment. So those collaborations would remain with other countries also. So one-to-one, maybe things are happening in that sense, which is a geopolitical. So the Indian lawyers have to keep abreast themselves of all that is happening, and it is going to change. It is already changing, but going to change the legal landscape of India or Indian lawyers, the kind of challenges which we'll have to face. And as now Delhi arbitration weekend is going, if you know, and there are many, almost all stakeholders from other nations, they have come and they are having their sessions here. So, and India wants to become a hub in international arbitration. So all these calls for so many, and the changes have to be starting from law colleges, the continuing legal education. And I would say I'm sitting here in this conference organized by General Counsel. Time has come to even recognize them more and have to ingrain them in the main legal system and have to really do that. So therefore, so many other things which we need to do in order to ensure that we are also competitive as with others. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Secretary. I think that's they're excellent points, and in fact, topics that I think we could probably commandeer the rest of the afternoon for. Dr. Mani, I'm really interested to hear your perspective from the government. The government have been also very supportive about ensuring that the legal sector is strong, is capable, and is competitive in the global market. Perhaps you could share with us what you think the single biggest change that India should be making to provide that greater competitiveness out of the legal sector.
Thank you. That is a very relevant question and, of course, very topical to the theme of this conference. Nyaya Nirmaan. We are an ancient civilization, and law has been a very basic ingredient of our ancient heritage and civilization. We have grown the Dharam Shastras to the present modern times of our constitution. The evolution of jurisprudence since the adoption of the constitution and its enforcement has been phenomenal. And as mentioned by Justice Sikri sir, the scope for legal profession is immense. What I could observe during the last 75 years of our independence, that initially it was the era of the Indian intellectuals, academicians who occupied high spaces at the global stages. Then came the persons from the medical profession. They had made a mark for themselves in the global arena. And then I think it followed the IT revolution, where the IT professionals from India made a mark at the world stage. I see this century and the coming years as the stage for legal professionals. The talent which India has, the rich pool of legal minds, be it judges, be it advocates, be it general counsels as of date, in whose conference we are sitting today, or be it the law students. The change which we find when I graduated in 1991 from Campus Law Center, Delhi, and I had this feeling that I knew everything. And one day in the court, and I came to realize that I knew nothing. I started from the very basics, of course, tying up with the munshi who was attached with the senior, and then learning the various court practices and procedures. But coming to the present times, and since this inception of the 5 years legal curriculum and the Bangalore University, of which the Vice Chancellor was there in the last session, there has been a phenomenal change, and a lot of opportunities are coming to the Indian advocates and law graduates. The whole profession of legal counsels also, I think, owes its strength to the curriculum and the training which they have received in the national law schools. So when we were there, after we passed out our 12th, we were not sure what to do. We did our BA, and as Justice Maheshwari Saab, Chairman Law Commission, mentioned that law was okay, chalo kuch nahi hai to law kar lete hain. But anyway, things have changed tremendously, and I think it is the era of the Indian legal professionals to make their mark at the world stage. And for this, the regulatory reforms, which as the prime regulator in our country, the Bar Council of India is concerned, I must share this, that I could, when I was given this responsibility in the government to take forward this agenda of opening up of the legal services sector, I could bring both initially it began from a request from the government, Department of Justice of the government of UK and the Law Society of the England and Wales, that we should open up the legal services sector. And I thought it is a great opportunity for the Indian law graduates and Indian students who are pursuing law to, make their mark not only on the corporate law field, but in other fields also. And if the Bar Council of India could open the legal profession for foreign lawyers, equally we will be benefited, because those countries on reciprocal basis would also be permitting the Indian law students to set up their offices and practice in their jurisdictions. So with those efforts, in 23, initially the Bar Council of India framed the entry of foreign lawyer rules, and thereafter now again, there were certain gaps in those rules which have now been tried to be addressed by the Bar Council, and the new regulations have been issued this year, May of 2025. And they are yet to be operational, but I think it's a great step. While the entry of foreign lawyers in the Indian legal services market, which the advocates and the Bar Council particularly vehemently defends that advocacy should not be called a service, it's a noble profession. And so, given those constraints, the foreign lawyers who want to, foreign law firms or foreign individual lawyers who want to set up an office in India, they can only practice in the non-litigation area and not appear before the courts or tribunals. But I think this is also a great opportunity for Indian lawyers who would be, of course, be a part of those legal big foreign law firms who will be coming to India. And I think the Bar Council has done a great thing, that if those advocates, Indian qualified advocates, Indian law qualified advocates, if they want to practice individually, they can still do it by the strength of their enrollment under the state, with the State Bar Council under the Advocates Act 1961. I see immense potential for in this. It may look a small step for the present, but it has opened up potentials for the Indian legal professionals not only to excel in cases which are, have cross-border implications, and given that India is now striving to become a developed country by 2047, the goal of Viksit Bharat cannot be achieved until we have, our presence felt in each and every sector in the international stage. as a part of the exercise opening up of the legal professions equally is coupled with the various reforms undertaken in the law. As I mentioned, that the year I passed out was 1991, and if I have to read the laws of that time, it totally changed. The scenario has totally changed. Since last 11 years, most of the laws which have driven the economy have been, reformed, updated, and the whole legal system has been, brought afresh. And many important legislations have been reenacted, including the 3 criminal laws, the Companies Act, the Consumer Acts, and so on. The IBC is a great leveler and has put, helped India by leaps and bounds in their ranking in the ease of doing business index. We were, I think, 142 in 2015, and now we are presently 63. But the enforcement of contract regime, where we have not done that well, we still are, I think, at position number 163, the enactment of the Commercial Courts Act, the reforms in the Arbitration Act, and the enactment of the Mediation Act. I think that is also something which the legal profession should look forward to. The endeavor to make India a global hub of arbitration, coupled with the enactment of standalone laws as the Mediation Act is there, surely I think serves a great opportunity for the young budding lawyers to dedicate themselves as arbitration professionals or mediation, because given the burden of pendency in the Indian Judicial Forum, the courts and the tribunals, it's the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms which offer a ray of hope for early resolution of disputes, and particularly those with regard to the commercial disputes. So I think a beginning has been made. It's a good beginning. I'm happy that the government has been, so proactively, and being a part of the government as legislative secretary, most of the legislative proposals go from our ministry to the parliament for its consideration and approval. So it gives us immense pleasure and delight that we are in some way able to contribute to the reform in the legal regime. And of course, reform in the legal regime has a big impact on the overall working of the economy, the growth of the society, and of course, the growth of Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mani. I think you've touched on so many important things that we have already seen. I too congratulate the Bar Council of India, because I think this is really in keeping with the government's strategy, and the Bar Council of India are similarly showing leadership. I would like to ask Dr. Patra to provide perhaps some further comments in relation to perhaps more of what the government can be doing, or what you yourself think needs to be done in this.
In Hindi, I don't know if everybody understands Hindi. In Hindi, there's something called as Dharam Sankat. Being an opposition party member of parliament, you're asking me to speak for the government. Well, I think Mr. Mani has already done that bit. Let me be a little politically incorrect. Because if everything is hunky-dory, why are we here? That something more needs to be done. I'm a member of the Consultative Committee on Law and Justice. I was on the Standing Committee of Law and Justice when we vetted the mediation bill. And Mr. Mani is one of the critical pillars in the entire process of vetting. And whenever there is a legal opinion sought on any committee in Parliament, Mr. Mani and his colleagues are there with us. But the critical aspect is taking the bull by its horns. What is taking the bull by its horns is actually speaking up what is really pinching in the shoe. And right now, we had a tremendous opportunity with the Advocates' Amendment Bill coming up, which would have actually laid 2 or 3 critical areas very clearly. One, the treatment of general counsels and in-house counsels at par with that of litigating lawyers. 2, reforming the entire education process, as we know, in terms of what it should do with regards to technology. And 3, the cross-border understanding about litigation and general awareness and understanding about doing business. Now, in doing so, we lost this opportunity, and I do not blame the government, because Mr. Mani is a literal and he'll say, "Yaar, aapne phasa diya mere ko." But I'm not disturbing the government here. I'm saying as a parliamentary committee, we should have been working more and asking more, saying that we need to implement it. Politics cannot overcome. If you want to be a $5 trillion economy, it's great. But unless you have cross-border trust, how can you going to become a $5 trillion or a $20 trillion economy? If arbitral awards that are provided by the Indian jurisdiction, for example, Justice Sikri is doing such a fine and wonderful, I'm so proud of that we have Justice Sikri at Singapore. Why is the same trust and credibility not for the Indian arbitration and mediation process? It's because we created a center by the government. We have appointed someone by the government. So whatever happens as an arbitral award is going to be questioned outside. So the way Singapore or Paris or London has institutionalized arbitration, can't we think of a similar platform? I've been in Parliament when we have passed all those legislations. And rightly so, nothing wrong with that. But we have to become alive to the fact that the world has changed beyond a certain perspective. The second, and which is there, that most of the, in fact, all the GCs, you provide work to litigating councils in the Supreme Court, NCLT, etc. Have you ever asked them that why you're not part of the litigation process? Whenever I also appear a few matters, and then when we go in front, the lordships say that please persuade us, please assist us to understand the matter. Persuade and assist. Can't a general counsel along with the litigating counsel be able to persuade and assist his lordships? You can. So the question is, why are you not there? I think those are questions and conversations that needs to be addressed. It is not about who can, who can't. Anyone and everyone, including a person, individual, can go and persuade his lordships to be able to undertake a specific direction within a matter. And therefore, we need to call a spade a spade. We can run around in circles as long as we want. I'll stop, time is taking over. But I think I can afford to be politically incorrect on this platform. And I believe that all of us, including a parliament, I think the government has done a good job. I'm an opposition party MP. I'm telling you the government has done a good job. It has been able to, the series of reforms that you see in the ease of doing business, the Jan Vishwas bill that has come, the decriminalization of various aspects of law, it's phenomenal. We have addressed it. But as far as this context of General Counsels Association of India, we need to be able to address these specific concerns, put a timeline. May I suggest, as one parting suggestion, I don't think we'll have a second turn, I would request the GCAI to write a letter to the Honorable Minister saying that there is a conversation where members of the Consultative Committee of Parliament of Law and Justice want this issue to be debated, and you refer to me. Recently, we were all together in Ladakh, and we talked about one nation, one election. Mr. Mani was there with us. Similarly, in Delhi, in the next coming few months or few weeks, a consultative committee, which is headed by the Honorable Minister himself, it's an executive-headed committee, can go into the merits, where both those who do not want it and those who want it can appear, apprise, engage, debate, discuss, and come to a conclusion. Otherwise, we keep running around in circles, we talk pious platitudes, but we don't get where we want to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patra. I mean, it's good to see some bipartisanship, but also, putting out a challenge. That is the type of discourse we want, and you're quite right. I mean, the recognition of general counsel, in-house counsel, in so many countries where they are recognized, I think that is certainly an important element that is missing here in India, and hopefully the government will pay close heed to that as well. Hemant, I'm going to come to you because, at the end of the day with corporate India, you are the client, you are the business. What is it that you want? What is it that you think is missing? And how are we going to fill that gap?
Mini, today I'm not going to speak as a general counsel because there is no representative from the business side. So I'll speak like a business counsel. Now, frankly, if you ask any businessman today in India that do you want litigation, do you want to go in arbitration or court, civil court or any court, they will say, no, sorry. We want to settle the matter and close the matter. Otherwise, I don't know whether it will take 10 years or 20 years or 30 years to receive the final judgment. This is the situation. Now, having said so, I feel that some steps have been taken very good by the government. One is that in 2024, some amendment has been made in the Arbitration Act. But again in 2024, there is one circular issued by the Finance Department. Through that circular, only for a minimum, say lesser amount, say 5 crores rupees, you can go for the arbitration. For higher amount, you can't go for the arbitration. You can't, the dispute resolution is not the arbitration. This is one of the area where I would suggest that government should rethink it. Second is, my suggestion is that we should also encourage institutional arbitration. Because there are many cases, as a counsel I have observed. My witness is cross-examined for 2 years. That was not the objective of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. The time period is fixed, 1 year and 6 months. And I have not come across how many arbitration that is closed in 18 months or 20 months. And thereafter, there are good judgment of the Supreme Court where they do not interfere when there is a regent award in the 34. But again, trend has slightly changed. So as a businessman, I would suggest that these are the areas where we must think over and try to make some aggressive decision. And those decisions are, A, try to just withdraw that notification of the Finance Department. B, whatever the decision given by the regent award, by the arbitral tribunal, a very minimum cases, it should be interfered by the court in 34 and in the higher court. Thank you.
Thank you, Hemant. Any of the other panel members want to add to that before I move to technology and AI? No. I do want to touch on tech and AI. I feel that this is another part of the revolution of the legal sector. And we are very pleased because we have a number of, well, we have a particular panel member whose job is very much on that topic itself. So please, Anshul, would you mind telling us a little bit more about what we can do in terms of the legal sector from a tech and AI perspective? How are we going to create opportunities when we have such big workforces, but those workforces themselves may be impacted by the utilization of tech and AI in the legal sector?
Sure. So let me just first touch upon the broader theme here, which is Viksit Bharat by 2047. So that Viksit Bharat also would mean that all the businesses would be growing, the GDP would be growing, the economy would be growing. There will be a lot more contracts, a lot more documents. There will be a lot more workload. And that is a nuance or an indirect way of looking at that your workload is only going to increase from here. It's not going to decrease. And as you go and end up building cross-border trust, you are going to have a lot of these conversations either around arbitration, either around ensuring that the justice is timely and transparent and accessible. But coming to the crux of all of this, right? So I think we all understand why this whole topic is important and why we are all here. I'll come from a very tech point of view because that's what I have done last almost 2 decades of my life. Being an AI researcher, turned entrepreneur, and did like a couple of companies here. One of the most important parts, which I think we all have to emphasize upon, and that's what makes this particular event so exciting for us, is upskilling and building proper awareness in the world that's moving faster than ever, and where even me, myself, being in the world of AI, I'm unable to keep up with what is coming as a new model, what's coming as the new nuanced problems, how do you go about using AI systems responsibly. So I think it all would start by building a pretty comprehensive infrastructure around awareness, skilling, and ensuring that now you are starting to go with a digital-first infrastructure when you go about looking at the whole legal fraternity. Second part is when we talk about what kind of jobs, and the jobs would be impacted, right? I mean, I'm being very, very practical and very pragmatic here. We are going through a transformation where the definition of what the day-to-day life of a general counsel looks like is going to change fundamentally. You are not going to be able to work on the first draft for days at a stretch. You are going to start with a zero draft coming from an AI. And we are already starting to see organizations where the policies have started to change that the first document has to go for redlining instead of first drafting. So what that means is people who are adopting AI tools, and now these tools are pretty comprehensive. They are very, very established, very trustworthy. If you go about adopting them, you are going to supercharge your workflow and create more efficient outputs. If you're not going to supercharge yourself either from a point of view of awareness or adoption, it's inevitable that people, their jobs are going to be affected, and that is what is exciting when we talk about our relationships and partnerships with several law colleges. The third part, which I would just leave an element there, when you really make the legal fraternity better aware, they know how to demystify, declutter, defog what is the myth and what's reality. And I think that's a big problem we see in the ecosystem, where we end up either believing a hype that is exaggerated, or we do not, we understate the risk associated with using certain types of tools. And I think that is where the last point I would leave is, you have to really look at the systems that are built, whether they are built for India, for our nuanced laws, or was it a system built in Silicon Valley for a different kind of a legal ecosystem altogether. So I think those are some of the key elements. So awareness and then digital infrastructure would be two key areas that I would believe the government must look at. And for people who are going to really coming out in the job market, you really have to look at upskilling yourself. It's inevitable. It is going to come out faster than you would ever imagine. And I do not really right now see any workflow where AI would not be inevitable.
Thank you. So coming back, we've now looked through the lens of legal reform, the government's strategies in that regard. We've looked at the challenges, both from a business side and the encroachment of and utilization of legal tech and AI. So now I come to the business side of government and the Ministry of External Affairs. Mr. Singhvi, can you please share your thoughts in terms of where these enhancements of the legal sector, the strategies that we've been talking about, where do you see that fit in terms of providing opportunities for business and foreign direct investment into India?
Thank you. First, let me congratulate Dr. Gemawat. I remember this association started around 5 years back on a golf course, ITC Bharat. And I'm very happy to see the progress which we have made. And today, from golf course to Bharat Mandapam, it is indeed a progress. And I must congratulate you and your colleagues, Dr. Akhil Prasad and others, for making this happen. And providing a platform for discussions like this, I think this is really commendable. Coming to the topic of the discussion today, which is reimagining India's legal foundations for Viksit Bharat 2047. I think legal reforms, of course, is one area which we need to do. Technology, since I handle technology, so I'll talk about a little bit about what technology can do in terms of enhancing our efficiency, justice delivery, the way the legal system operates in India. I think there is a lot which can be done with the help of particularly artificial intelligence. We are talking about artificial intelligence everywhere now. It is a buzzword which is, in fact, no more a buzzword, I would say.
the transformation is happening with the AI. Even the courts have started using it. If I'm correct, I've been told that even the Supreme Court now has something called SuPace, kind of a tool which assists them in legal research. Honorable Supreme Court judges are also taking help of that. So I think going forward, use of technology would certainly create a lot of opportunities in the legal system. And we need to do that. Our world is going to be more complex. Our transactions are going to be more complex. You know, as we move towards Viksit Bharat, we would be attracting a lot of FDIs. There will be a lot of contracts which you will have to have from the outside world. You know, even in the analysis of geopolitics around the world, because that affects a lot. We do it in External Affairs Ministry on a regular basis. I think all these things can be certainly, to an extent, can be simplified or maybe made quicker by the use of artificial intelligence. Similarly, the justice delivery system can certainly benefit from artificial intelligence. I think two aspects which were talked about was whether, you know, I would say the legal system or the law as such is both a science and an art. So the science part of it, which includes research, which include analytics, which include data, I think can be taken care of by artificial intelligence. But when it comes to art side of it, where you need, you know, persuasion, empathy, justice delivery, or, you know, judgment, I think there perhaps the human in the loop or you know, we need to have the human consciousness also embedded into it. So artificial intelligence is certainly going to create a lot of favorable environment in the times to come. Even the new e-court system, I was told, is now moving towards using AI to make, you know, even it more efficient, so that the case, you know, grouping systems or listing systems, all these things can be improved in the courts. So I think there is a lot of things which can be done with the use of artificial intelligence in the legal sphere. And going forward, technology would certainly play a role, but we need certain safeguards also. We need to have, you know, a strong data protection framework, which is very, very essential. It's not that everything can be done with the help of AI, and we need to be conscious of the fact that you are dealing, also as a counsel, you're dealing with the confidential data of your client. So you have to make sure that the confidentiality remains. Also, we need to take care of the algorithmic bias, which I think peeps into the artificial intelligence systems sometimes. We cannot use artificial intelligence systems or the models which are outside, are being used in, say, US. We need to use artificial intelligence which is developed in India, the models which are developed in India. So I think that is something very important. The government is already doing a lot of work. We have launched an AI mission with an outlay of more than 10,000 crores. MITI is working on that. We are building our own sovereign LLM. And in that also, there are a lot of opportunities which would be available to the legal fraternity to build their own applications, find way forward, to make them more efficient. So AI would certainly be there. I would, as a closing remark, I would say that, you know, AI is already there and it will continue to be there. The lawyers need to adopt it. If you do not do it, I think you will not be successful in the times to come. So be prepared about this. Prepare yourself. Use of AI, I think that's going to make you, take you forward and also make the country, you know, move towards the Viksit Bharat vision in 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singhvi. We have come to the end of our session. When Akhil said we're going to do this session, and he told me I was going to have 7 panel members, and not just 7 panel members. As you know, these are the most eminent panel members. I'd like to thank you. I'm sorry I didn't give enough time. Oh, yes, sorry, go ahead.
I'm already on extra time, just a few words. See, in the last 30 years, the kind of transformation we have seen in the legal profession has been phenomenal. When I started my practice, what we used to have is rent laws, customs excise, taxation, minor disputes. Now in 30 years, with the growth of business in India, we have private power sector, we have aviation, we have telecom. The entire practice has changed from usual commercial disputes to regulatory practice. We have been able to cope up and deal with this situation in so many years. What we have also seen is the change in the in-house setup of various companies. I remember in-house lawyers or the GCs used to be 4 or 5 in each company. Now Mr. Hemant Kumar is running a mini law firm within L&T. There's a big change. So what we need to do now, according to me in short, is next 10 years is going to be a further big sea change, and unless we change, we won't be able to deal with it. We already have with us Baker McKenzie, Stewart, all big law firms here, and we as Indian lawyers have to compete with you and match your prominence and competence. So what we need and which we are missing is a continuous legal education while we are working. So new topics are coming up, we are dealing with them, but there is absolutely no system of education while you work. So I think with National Law School or even GCI, some things should be set up that there is education with regard to the new fields like digital finance, AI, space. Continuous legal education has to be there to deal with all this. And last of all, like Mr. Patra said, the general counsels, so the in-house legal counsel, I see, are actually doing more than what we do. They are the business enablers. They look at the business side and also advise on transactions, advise on law. I don't see why they cannot represent their companies in court and be part of the legal practice. If not in courts, at least in the regulatory network, they should be allowed.
Perfect end to the session. Thank you so much. Let me thank all of the panel members. Again, we had a very short period of time to cover some very important topics, but I'm sure we can talk further in the break periods that we have. So thank you.
Thank you so much to all our guests. I would please invite Ms. Manjri Chaudhary, Founder GCI and General Counsel, and Chief Compliance Officer Maruti Suzuki, to please come and felicitate our guests.
I ask all of you to settle down, please. May I ask you to sit, please, those who are standing here in the front. Please settle down. Just like a classroom. All right. I invite my panelists to the stage. I'm sorry if you are supposed to do that. I'll very quickly invite Ms. Archana Mayaram from the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Dr. Manoj Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Law and Justice, Professor Gunjan Gupta from Campus Law Center, DU, Professor Avinash Dadich, Founding Director of Dhirubhai Ambani University School of Law, Professor Ivneet Walia, Registrar of RGNLU, and Professor Risham Garg from NLU Delhi. I also invite Nusrat Hassan, Managing Partner at Denton's Link Legal, and Ms. Arpita Sen, former Associate General Counsel for Intel. Can I invite all of you to the stage, please? It is like a class.
Thank you so much, sir. That really makes my job easier. With that, we request you to please commence with the session.
Very nice to meet you. All right, let me start. My name is Ashish Bhardwaj. I'm I'm the Dean of BITS Law School, which is a new law school in the youngest campus of BITS Pilani, which is otherwise a tech institution. I really like one particular African tradition where at the start they say all protocols observed. And then you don't have to go into details of introducing each person. So I'm going to do exactly that. All protocols observed. We have experts from academia, industry, and government, and we'll have, I hope, some contrasting views on questions. I was told by Dr. Akhil Prasad that there's going to be a launch of Yukti first, but maybe we hold on to that. It's after this. All right. So let me set the ground rules for my panelists, if I may. The learning since the morning has been, don't ask one question to one person and give them unlimited time. They will abuse it. It's academic abuse of dominance when you have the mic. So the following rules will be at play for this session. Number one, we are going to borrow one rule from the game of Housey, also called as Tambola. And that rule is that if one perspective has been shared by a speaker, then the other one is encouraged to not touch it at all and go on a slightly different tangent, if possible. The second rule is going to be a borrowing from Bonvita quiz contest, which means that you only have 120 seconds to answer and give your response. That's second rule. Third rule, it's a bit of borrowing from Man Ki Baat. You can introspect and share your own perspectives, personal views, that's all right. But the first two are really, really important. Please keep that in mind. So, without wasting too much time, let me start. First of all, for those of you who are in the room, can we have one big round of applause for GCAI members who, for the first time, really put together a structured, academically rigorous, practice-based program keeping law students at the center. It's really, it was a long time coming. I will agree with the previous moderator. It's also mini. It's possibly the biggest panel that I'm being asked to moderate. I don't know why they threw me under the bus, but so let's start with the first question. And I'll go from maybe on that corner and then come towards this side. We are doing this panel in the context of an internship program which is being put together by GCAI called Yukti. What do you think should be the one critical course learning outcome of students who are enrolled in that program? They have to complete 4 weeks of this training, which general counsels are going to provide to them. What, according to you, should be the one most important learning outcomes that students can expect? Pam.
Yeah, hi, I'm Arpita.
Can someone give her a microphone, please?
Yeah, hi, I'm Arpita. I used to be the General Counsel for Intel in India. I think mentorship through the Yukti program it's going to lay the foundation for a lot of what we see is going to come, as proper learning on the job skill set. I think the most important part of the mentorship program will be the ability to give practical and, shall I say, day-to-day guidance on how to apply the academic knowledge that you have gained in a law school into that particular environment. And I think you asked us, or you told us that we have only 120 seconds, so that is impossible to answer any question by any lawyer other than saying yes and no. So I will ask you to indulge me for a few minutes to give a proper insight as to why I think this mentorship program.
We'll come back. Sorry to interrupt, but the only way this will work is if we are able to do 4 or 5 rounds of questions. So I promise you I'll give another opportunity.
Fair enough.
I promise.
The most important thing from my side is the practical knowledge,
yes,
which you do not have when you go to law school, and the ability to take that academic information and apply it to a given fact and circumstance when you are giving your legal advice.
Got it. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause? First one to stick to time. Over to you, Rishabh. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yukti is a wonderful initiative by the General Counsels Association of India. And the law schools are developing fundamentals in law to the law students. And when they go to practitioners, it is complemented by the practice-related aspects. So both have to merge together. So the best way this internship program is going to help is that the students can work upon their fundamental skills. For example, here the practitioners can show how, let's say, they are structuring the transactions. So it's the business needs. So they are trying to amalgam the law, fundamentals of law, with the business needs, and that is how they're going to evolve and adjust in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third speaker, Avinash, which course learning outcome do you think will be most impactful?
120 seconds. देखिए, एक महीने में कोई ज़्यादा कुछ सीख नहीं सकता है। पहली बात तो ये है। सीखना क्या है? प्रैक्टिकल एक महीने में कोई नहीं सीख सकता। क्या सीखना है? पर्पज क्या है? एडवोकेट क्यों एग्जिस्ट करता है? प्राइवेट सेक्टर में या गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में? जब पर्पज ऑफ लीगल प्रोफेशन, वो उसको एक महीने में देखना चाहिए। लॉ स्कूल्स में जो हम उन्हें पढ़ाते हैं वो थ्योरी होती है, वो उसके काम से, गलतियों से या अचीवमेंट से सोसाइटी या बिजनेस पे क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है, ये हम लॉ स्कूल्स में नहीं देख पाते हैं। तो अगर एक महीने में वो बहुत क्लोजली ऑब्जर्व करे कि जो मैं काम कर रहा हूँ या जो मेरी लॉ फर्म या मेरे सीनियर काम कर रहे हैं, उसका सोसाइटी पे, कंपनी पे, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पे, एक या इवन इंडिविजुअल्स पे क्या इम्पैक्ट क्या है। जब वो ये समझ लेगा कि एज ए लॉयर आई हैव ए लार्जर पर्पज, वो पर्पज अगर वो एक महीने में सीख पाए, उसका फ्लेवर ले पाए, then definitely all these things can happen automatically.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for sticking to time. Sir, may I ask you to reflect on the same question?
Well, I think you should reinvent the format of this discussion, my friend, because you have a very evolved set of panelists here, and you're wasting our time by asking such basic questions in promoting Yukti.
No.
It's absolutely a waste of time. I've wasted the last 6 minutes here already. So just evolve the question. Let the question be a little more free-flowing. Maybe you can talk about our experiential, things that we can share of how Yukti can be shaped up, rather than what Yukti will do. And so let's not make it about Yukti. Let it be a little more evolved, and at least try and gain from the 30 into some 7, some 300 hours of experience here. So please try and reorient it. That question is just too basic. Any internship is going to be very good. Why Yukti? We have done internships. We have learned out of it. And the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, we progressively evolve. From the first time, we discover the walls and ceilings. And then as we go into second year, third year, fourth year, hopefully with a good mentor, and that's what brings us to mentorship. So evolve your questions a little bit. I think you need a little more nuanced discussion and pointers to discuss. Otherwise, one question, repetitive answers 7 times, you're wasting everybody's time.
So let me ask a slightly different question to you.
Not only me, ask everyone a different question. I'm talking about the format first.
No, the format is not decided by me.
If at all
I'm executing a fixed format.
Try and evolve it on the way. Yeah?
Correct. But you did raise a very important point on how can the nuance of practice be induced in a program which is so time-bound. It's a challenge for practitioner also as the faculty in this kind of a taught program. So how would practice-based insights come out?
Well, for time-bound training programs like internships, where you usually have undergrads going into law firms or to companies in legal teams to learn, a lot depends on the engagement of the mentors or the people in that firm, how much they're able to engage. And therefore, I think training guided by mentorship could make a lot of difference. The same, a set of students, take an example from a given law school, going to different firms and different in-house teams or organizations for training, they all come back with different outcomes. The takeaways are very different. And if we sit down and analyze and try and set some ground rules, how can we set up standards that all of them come with a 90 to 100% takeaway? I think there we'll understand that we need to work a lot on mentoring, a lot on engaging with the place where they're sent. There should be set formulations of what is expected. If we can have a standardized response agenda from each of the law firms that we are sending you students, this is what we want you to do with them. And if you can get their buy-in, it's not easy. Because having interns in different organizations, it's viewed between an asset to a liability, depending on what is the composition, what is the setup, how big is the firm, how much they can contribute, how they are viewed. So a mix of all this, I think it's very important to engage with the teams where the students are being sent for internship. I think that would define the outcomes a lot more. Yukti, of course, is a fantastic initiative. There's no two questions about it. But then we need to understand what do we need to make it fly. Yeah?
Right.
Yeah, I want to take a moment here since and Manoj is my classmate, in case people didn't know. We are the third batch of the National Law School. We are often referred to as the guinea pigs because the 5-year course had not seen a single, graduate at the time that we joined the National Law School. What we did have was a trimester term which no one understood at that point in time, right? We were doing 4 papers every 3 months, and at the end of every year, you had to do 1 internship. And what the law school put in its curriculum is the shortened time to understand a course, but a larger number of courses. So what did that leave us with? That left us with the ability to decide which area of law, excites you. And the internship programs are exactly the same. 1 month will give you the flavor to decide whether that particular area of law excites you enough to take it up as a profession. So one of the most important parts of the education system is to provide every student with an opportunity to work in a litigation office, in a law firm, in a corporate office, and in an NGO. And only when you satisfy these 5, 6 different areas will you be able to truly understand what you want to do. So in addition to being, having a great mentor, you also need to have a syllabus which allows you to cross-sectionally understand what are the various areas of law that I could get into. These days, kids don't get that opportunity. Everyone just says, okay, I want to be a corporate lawyer, I want to be a litigator, I want to work in NGO. But have you worked in it already? When we went to Bombay, and I said, I'm from the National Law School, and the question was, what is that? The answer wasn't, where is that? It was, what is that? Because an ordinary student from Government Law College in Mumbai has done 3 years of practical training while doing his law degree, and all of us come out of law school bright and shiny, not knowing how to apply the law. An internship is that, it's that particular insight which allows you to formulate the talent of the future. I'm sorry I took a little time.
No, that's
but
quite important.
But I really wanted to give you...
So if I integrate the 2 views, it's important for different stakeholders to come together and set a baseline for students to meet at and then grow from there, but in different directions based on the specializations as you mentioned.
Yeah, and it just takes 1 month. 1 month
correct.
is sufficient.
Correct. And in a 5-year law program, there are multiple 1-month periods for you to go kind of deeper into one area. Ma'am, your thoughts on what should be the priority for a representative learner in an innovative internship program in an AI world?
Sure. So good evening to everyone, to all the distinguished panelists, and also to the founders who have invited me on behalf of, I'm representing the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So to add on to what has just been said, the diversification within the legal profession, I think, is or should be at the core of the Yukti program. It's a very welcome program. I think skilling is very, very important. If you want to send your students and give them an exposure to the real world practices. So like it has been said just before me, litigation, soliciting or advisory, or arbitration. These are three broad buckets where the law school students usually go to, right? And I think the Yukti program should have a clear-cut marking of students. You are targeting 100 students. So how many should go to litigation? Everybody cannot become a counselor. How many could go to soliciting or advisory? How many could have an exposure to arbitration, and how many could also come to the government for an exposure? There is a huge requirement within the government that I see. I've done a large part of my career in the finance ministry, where I do see how the global policies are shaping and feeding into the domestic policies. It was said before me by Justice Sikri. When you look at the WTO negotiations, they feed into your domestic policy ultimately. The automatic exchange of information, transfer pricing, these are things that have fed in from G20 into our domestic policies, and there is a whole market now for transfer pricing where also legal background is required. There are so many international negotiations and treaties where you require the advice of the legal fraternity. There are public-private partnerships which have run into trouble. There was no dispute resolution mechanism. You have roads, transport, roads, civil aviation, airport, So there is this large dispute resolution mechanism that also the government was earlier thinking on and is still thinking on. So, there is this whole space which is emerging on green skills, ESG compliances, even the corporates have to now follow. So the scope and the field is vast. You will have to pick which, initiatives you would like the exposure to begin with. I've done bucketing for you for 4. And then curriculum development, because you're talking about developing a program, and I'm coming from the skill ministry. I think your curriculum has to be developed by somebody who's out there, by associations, say NASCOM, say sector skill councils, so it will have to be customized, it will have to be tailor-made. You just can't have one-size-fits-all approach to go forward to. You asked me about AI, I can go on and on, but just like in the previous session also it was said that, the courtrooms are now, even the Honorable Supreme Court is now kind of adopting to the AI. And technology is something that we can't live without. And ChatGPT has entered into the courtrooms also and into the drafting of the plaints. But what you feed into the ChatGPT makes all the difference. 2 of us are sitting here. If you give me one question and I put it according to my understanding, she puts it according to her understanding, the results would be different. So the knowledge that you have, the understanding of the subject that you have, gives you a clear-cut edge of what you feed in and what you get out. And to read it, what the ChatGPT is giving you, and to correct it, and to again, have another round, that I think is the key. So you can't compromise on knowledge and understanding of core principles. I think that we have to retain, even if we want better results from ChatGPT or the AI. So those are my quick views. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need a diversity of views from different areas of practice of law. Let me bring in two more layers to the question of learning outcome. And I'm posing it as a collective to you, and you may answer any one of the two. Because the previous speaker did raise AI as something that we have to bring into any practical learning for students. How do you see it evolve?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am from Campus Law Center, Law Faculty, Delhi University. And you know that Law Faculty celebrated its 100 years in 2024. And we have been catering, we have been providing knowledge, legal knowledge from all over the country. In fact, Law Faculty, Delhi University is mini India. And the knowledge, legal knowledge which we are providing them is on with peanuts, You have number of law colleges, 5-year law colleges, or even 3 years, and they are in no competition with Law Faculty, Delhi University, which provides education with just peanut amounts. This is number one. Not only that, I would say an addition factor that Law Faculty, Delhi University is catering, is having a strength of about 10,000 plus students. So like the law schools, they are having a limitation, they have few students and they are focusing on that. Now where our Law Faculty students are lacking, that is in internships and in corporate sector. One of the basic reasons which I find in our students is the marking. In our law faculty, if you compare a student from Delhi University, I wish Justice, in the last session, Justice Sikri was here and Mr. Mani was here, and they were talking about, they all are Campus Law Center alumni. And I proudly say that our students, they are excelling, but the only thing we find is in internships. Students from 5-year law colleges, they are more preferred. They are actually taking all corporate houses. So the initiative taken by Gcai, Yukti, is one of a good initiative where they have given, they have considered and given parity, and it's like pan-India. They have called all the law schools, giving them opportunity of internships. Now, as you mentioned in the first question, what are the basic requirements which our students would require, or the kind of internship, what factors are to be taken into consideration? I would point out 5 of them. First is building their foundational skills. Now, time is changing. We are talking about AI. So we have to focus on legal research and analysis. One of, I would say, the outstanding point where we would say the USP, that is in Delhi University Law Faculty, we have a case method study where we actually teach them how to apply the law. But still, there is a gap. And the gap is that our student needs to have exposure to the industry. And once they have an exposure over there, they actually would learn the practicalities. So they would gain the knowledge of corporate law, they will gain business acumen, they will learn the skills of problem solving over there. They would also gain soft skills also over there, like time management, like clarity, professionalism. All these factors are very, very important. And another important thing which I feel is with regard to legal tech proficiency, which is need of the hour. As mentioned in the last session, it was said that now we are in the world of AI. Everything is controlled by AI. So education has also to be improved. So we have to open up more areas where we can impart them knowledge about this technology law and digital finance law or space law. So we have to work on that. And I really feel lucky to have been invited here. For my students, I'm here so that they get internship. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to add to what ma'am have said. So rather than focusing on what the learning outcomes will be or how the AI is going to impact the internship program or how the legal domains are going to evolve with time, I would want GCI to focus on few issues before we come to this. Firstly, it's a pan-India project, and I think the whole intention behind introducing this internship program is to provide inclusivity, to help people sitting in different parts of the country come to Delhi and get the access to the best of experts in the field. So I request GCI, I know I'm speaking a little different because most of the outcomes and everything have already been pointed out by all the experts sitting here. But I sincerely request, sir, that please reconsider the timelines because not all students across the country are free during the summer and the winter programs. For example, if I would want my students to attend this, we have the exams scheduled here. So maybe you can introduce one more spring internship and an autumn internship program as well. Moreover, we are talking about the artificial intelligence, but how many law students who are coming from very small towns, do they actually have the access to the online databases, or they actually know what an internship program looks like? So you need to tell them that why is it important for them. So for this, it is difficult if you do not pay them anything or if you do not provide any accommodation. Otherwise, this will only be available for the creamy layer. This will only be available to the NLUs. And people who come, who actually need these kinds of internships, they will be deprived from this benefit. So I'll not take much time, sir. So I'll...
Thank you very much. It does, one round of applause, because it does raise issues of how can we maximize inclusivity within the purview of this interesting initiative. Maybe there's a potential and a plan to scale it up, but if we can have entry barriers as low as possible, that will enhance accessibility to all most parts of the country. May I ask the same question to you?
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. We are very, firstly, privileged to be here, and we are very happy to be able to sponsor this Yukti program. We understand how important internship and mentoring is. We almost have every year, 100 students going through our internship program in our firm. I think we all recognize the fact that today for our profession to thrive, the profound principle on which it goes is that people who have come here before have the responsibility for the people who come after. This is the profound principle on which this profession thrives. Secondly, looking at the Yukti program, if you ask me as a managing partner of a firm, what does it do for a young student? I go back to what I had the opportunity as a Chevening Scholar in 96, 97. What did it do for me, or what does it do for an intern? I think it opens up the horizons. I'm not going to say, I mean, most of the panelists, especially the Arpita or Manoj, who has been a practitioner before he elected to work for the government, I think will recognize the fact that students at that age, when you're a young lawyer or going to become a lawyer, one of the things which you're yearning for is an exposure, is to be able to understand how you are going to take the career. They're hungry. They're hungry. So the fact this Yukti program, when you look at this program, it's not a learning program. It's not a program where you are going to learn AI or a litigation or the various subject matter. Nobody learns in 2 days. I haven't learned in 30 years. So we're still learning. The main thing is what you are doing under this, at least that's what I understood from the Yukti program. It's brilliant because you're opening up horizons for that young to-be graduate. I think that's really fundamentally what you would want to love about this program. And I hope this continues. And of course, we are happy to support it in whatever way we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to add another dimension to it. You've touched on AI a little bit, but at this point, it seems that AI, there are conflicting views. Some people are absolutely convinced that it is it's going to bring about positive developments in the court administration and law practice, legal research. But some people do say that it's also affecting learning of students the way it should be. So you may have your own, it's inevitable, we know that. So my question to all the panelists is, in terms of where we stand in legal tech right now, and second, in the run-up to the centennial of our independence, 22 years from now, where do you see most churn happening? In which areas of legal practice? In which sectors of the industry or government? Do you expect a surge in new skills that can solve legal problems, or an increase in growth rates within those areas that will then require more experts and more specialists than generalists to come out of law schools and enter and kind of hit the ground running? Yes, please.
So I don't think law school should prepare specialists. They are supposed to be learning at that point everything, whatever they can. They're not supposed to be specialists. 5-year course is an academic course where you learn the basic principles of law. What you learn, the basic principles, you will apply it even 50 years later in your practice. So that's what you do. Academics is about learning. Secondly, you ask, what are the, when you talk about from an India context, I mean, everything is blowing up. And the legal acumen required is very complex because the laws are changing, which is of course changing not only because we need it domestically to change, but also internationally. I mean, we know what's happening with trade law, with the US the way it is posturing, so that's impacting every way you define trade law. You look at compliance, as you get more compliant, you make your business, as you make your business more compliant, you make it possible to grow at an exponential speed. But one of the things which I guess with every lawyer and in-house lawyer we are talking about today is AI. I think fundamentally that is going to change the practice of every possible vertical we have in our firms. Why? Because of the reason how we are going to be able to hire, how we are going to be able to deliver. So every aspect of the way we understood, where we delivered to the clients is going to change. I think that's really the subject matter which we are going to speak about. Of course, there is, I mean, at this point, we are not still talking about whether we will need lawyers at all or not. I don't think that's really the point which we should be discussing. What we should be discussing now is how are you going to make lawyers AI enabled? So every lawyer which I want in my firm, let's say now, is a lawyer who is able to deal with the AI from all contexts. How are you going to be able to deliver from an AI perspective? That's the lawyer I want, not the lawyer who we saw traditionally. Maybe that's, if that answers the
No, you're right, you're right. So think of it as a Venn diagram. We are looking at 3 different things. One is tech savviness. Second is grasp of first principles, which is what higher education is about at the fundamental level. And third is readiness to learn practical applications and how things come to life outside textbooks and statutes. So what you said is right in the middle of that Venn diagram. Any views slightly contrary to that? Yes, Avinash, go ahead.
No, not contrary. I just want to add to what Nusrat said. I think we need to understand that we are still discovering the depth of how much AI is going to play. I think that's not very clear as of now. And we keep discovering every few months, every few years. So therefore, trying to develop a tech-ready lawyer is also something that needs to be recalibrated every now and then. That's point one. Point number 2 is that the areas where law practice is actually happening, when we call the professions of law, it's not just the litigation and in-house. I mean, these are very low-hanging fruits and are visible to every student in the law school. But as you develop in your career and move forward and move to spaces where regulations are being formulated or areas which are getting regulated, areas which we don't know how to regulate tomorrow, but we know that they are emerging. So I think adaptability as a skill and some very important key elements of how to dovetail technology and adaptability and also to understand the changing dynamics and to be able to respond. I think some very key skill-based learnings are very important, and only people who have those skills can navigate the surprise and the high tides. And they come very abruptly, let me tell you. I mean, now also as a, on the lawmaking side, things change very dynamically. So therefore, what we need, again, I'll come back to, is a trinity of moderation, a mentor, training, and a continuing education. And that entire approach of a law student to believe firmly in all the three can make them ready for as a future-ready lawyers. Viksit Bharat is going to throw up a lot of challenges, and we'll need them. The same lawyers who are students today will not be students 15 years from now. And they'll again need to recalibrate then for the next 7 years. So we have to think about them for the next 50 years and 100 years.
Right.
You know, so.
To add.
So very quickly, Avinash, you wanted to say something? You had raised your hand. Very quickly, then.
See, I think we should move from this debate, AI or not AI. AI is going to be there. I have a bad news. Within 3 years, research, drafting, and analytical, 60 to 70% things will be done by AI, and everybody will be enjoying that thing. What is required right now for the Viksit Bharat? We need lawyers who can have judgmental skills. Judgmental skills means that whatever I'm doing as a lawyer in any spectrum, whether litigation, corporate, government, judiciary, they have to understand the political, social, economical, and legal aspects. And what is the impact of this particular law or the legal practice on society or economics or whatever. So judgment would be the key skill for a lawyer, not the analytical research and writing. I think in the next 3 to 5 years, these three skills will be 70 to 80% replaced by AI, whether we like or not.
If there are any law students listening to this, just erase the last 60 seconds from your memory. You will not go back happy. It is true. It is true. Yeah. Let me ask this lady. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would just like to add to what build on to actually what Mr. Kumar just said, so it's actually your skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, like the Honorable Prime Minister also says. Unless you expand the scope of your curriculum, even in the law schools, because you mentioned about, when you become Viksit Bharat, that is, you are aspiring to become a developed country by 2047. So what are the areas that you see? That's the question you ask. So I see a lot of sustainability issues coming in, the stress on climate change, the sustainability, the environmental concerns that we face, so the green skills. Worldwide, if you see, there are reports of World Economic Forum or, the World Bank, which say that there is so much shortage that the worldwide advanced economies, including the EMEs, because you're talking about solar, you're talking about wind energy, you're talking about alternate sustainable solutions. So I think this is one space which is going to emerge, and where even your litigation, right, comes with it. So government also consults with the big law firms like Amarchand Mangaldas or the J. Sagars, so because every component, the landscape has broadened so much that your course curriculums in your law schools also have to change, like for any other school, like Mr. Kumar mentioned. Yeah, internships are very welcome because, like Mr. Hassan had mentioned, they are basically your. It broadens your horizon. It broadens your overview. It's like when we entered service, I entered service 21 years ago. So what did we know? Nothing. So now you learn on job. So skills should also be before internship. Because when you do your internship also, you should have some skill set when you do your internship, So that's what I wanted to add. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So just 2 quick points, and thanks, Mr. Hassan, for that wonderful, point blank. So this is, the candid approach, what is the requirement of the law firms. So the law firms want the AI-enabled lawyer. And candidly, several of them have started saying that now we don't need A0, right? So they are just, AI is doing a lot of work which the A0 was doing. So how can you inculcate those skills, technology skills in the law school? So we can start by a step-by-step process. We have already adopted at the National Law School, University, Delhi. We are starting with some of these AI models, for example, the Microsoft Copilot, Google Notebook LM, and there are several others. Now, the law firms have resources. They are using some legal models like Legora or Harvey, on which those are proprietary, and there are firewalls, and the students are trained, on that. So now, what is required is that law school is catering to the requirements of the employers and what is the demand of the contemporary internship program. So thank you for putting it so wisely that the law school role is to build upon fundamentals and the first principles, and maybe if some practitioners have not focused on fundamentals and first principles, they may not be able to find that gap, fill that gap even in internship. So that's complementary. And again, one more interesting and major thing is what we have felt, not all practitioners are not good teachers. So there are the practitioners also get an opportunity to interact with the students in this internship and develop that time, give that time. So that soft skills is required both for the students and for the practitioners as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Any last words? Because I'm noticing we're running out of time.
I would add,
please, last word. Yeah, go ahead.
I would add the need today is we require professors of practice in our departments where they can give an exposure to our students. UGC has come out with that appointment of professors from the industry, but till date, it has not been incorporated in Delhi University. I don't know about other law schools. So the industry has to join us. Like we require the actual practitioners to come to the institutions and train the lawyers how it is applied. Similarly, the industry which requires the lawyers, they should also be given exposure there to train them with the new areas of law. Thank you.
Thank you. You wanted to say something? Please, go ahead.
Because I have to
intervene
here.
Had it been my hand, I would have done this. No, I would have done it had it been my hand, I would have done it, but then it is at the level of the authorities, competent authority.
That's true.
This actually builds on to...
She's been waiting for a while. Avinash,
actually,
1 second. She's been waiting for a while. I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say that this is actually the initiative of the National Education Policy of 2020 of the government, also where education has to be integrated with vocation. So from class 6 onwards now, the component of vocational education has been incorporated into the formal education because that is, to give them an exposure from early on, because every student doesn't complete the schooling also. There are school dropouts also, right?
Right.
So one, that, and secondly, now with the ITI upgradation scheme, this is just a recently announced initiative of the government and very close to the heart of the Honorable Prime Minister also. So the whole idea is where the industry comes and drives the whole ITI, from starting from the curriculum development to training the students, because without that, there will always be a disconnect. So I would be happy to see going forward when the higher educational institutions and the law schools would also see that kind of an integration with the industry and academia and the private partners.
Thank you.
That's very good to hear that. No doubt it is part of national education policy. But then I would also mention at this platform, just few seconds, that our students, they are given a kind of platform by the university by providing them funds. Our own students from Campus Law Center too, they had come out with a software that was Lexpor. It has done wonders. And that was the university-sponsored one. So such sponsorships are required to encourage the students as well as from the industry people.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right. Mr. Hassan, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think, Arpita, you wanted to say something. Then
I think in the broader scheme of things, AI is here to stay. Everybody knows that. I think it needs to be used as a tool. We've had substantial changes in law in the last 10 years. as practitioners, as in-house counsels, sometimes we are not able to keep up with the change in law. So your internship program needs to be able to pick up those changes in law that have happened and reskill you. Because end of the day, you can't use an old law to decide new issues, right? So the point being that when you get into the internship program, in a particular internship, in that industry, you should be able to see the change of law and not reinvent the wheel to figure out how you're going to create a new system for it.
Right.
You can use AI as the tool to get you there. Thank you.
Just very
briefly,
just take a small minute, since we have the academia, Manoj from the government, etc., and also Ms. Archana. I think one of the things which, as law firms, where we are finding inadequacy, is the fact that post the graduation, because we are probably the only country left. Once you clear your law school, you directly dive into the profession. And I think there needs to be at least a 12-month program where they need to be skilled up, you know. And there was a program in '98 where the Bar Council had started a one-year internship, didn't go very well. But I think there has to be a one-year program where lawyers coming out from a law school are trained, you know, either in-house or depending on what they want to do in law firm. But there should be something both where the industry and the academia are mixed together, a program of 1 year, which will really help in elevating the profession and also smoothing the process for young lawyers.
Right.
That's
and actually this kind of model exists in other disciplines. In engineering, it exists for 6 months at a stretch. Some institutions call it externships. You go and you shadow people who are working on the factory floor.
Medical school, chartered
medical schools are doing it, correct.
Bombay Incorporated Law Society, my partner here, has a 3-year internship before you take the exam.
Yeah.
So there is a process. I think there is a slight mismatch between the law school and
Yes, I just want to add to what Sir said, and maybe in this program, there must be a module related to professional ethics and how you deal with your clients. You may be wonderful with the subject, but if you're unable to communicate with your clients, if you're unable to get the clients to the place where you're working, I think it makes no sense.
That's a very good suggestion. It's a compulsory clinical course, professional ethics, bar and bench relations. Maybe that could be formally integrated in an organized internship program. Dr. Kumar, last word from you. Since you are at the helm of affairs, there is many objective functions and even more constraints.
No, I mean, I do not want to say anything as somebody in the helm of affairs. But all I can say is that when we look at creating future-ready professionals, there's one element of what the law school can give. There's one element of what internships can give. And when we talk about long-term preparation of future-ready professionals, we should think about them short-term, mid-term, and long-term. So short-term and mid-term, possibly internships can make lawyers or students ready for a litigation or an in-house role or so many other similar roles. But for future-ready, I think there's some element of continuous skilling and reskilling and building in the vision of, it's very important to integrate everybody to, for the moment we have a Viksit Bharat of 2047. So I think that brings us back to the board every now and then. What do we need to calibrate with that? So what is happening around in the market forces? What is happening overall around us? Where should we see ourselves 5 years from now, 10 years from now, or in 2047? What thereafter? Everybody's talking about 2047, but once we get there, then what? So there's so much of it that we can keep. So a continuous, discussion or engagement with the students even after they pass out, and passing the baton. If they share a vision, I'm sure they'll keep on passing the vision to the next generation of students for the next 15 years. So I think that is the kind of cyclical journey we need to set off with Yukti, at the
Thank you.
center of
I'm
it
going
all.
to end, thank you very much. I'm going to end by summarizing a few things that all the experts here said. And it resonates a lot with what I read on the Ken, which is a new age news portal. I read one of their headlines was, at this point, AI is selling swords at dawn and selling shields at dusk. At this stage, and it is continuously changing, so we don't know where it's headed, but it is inevitable, and we must learn it. It's touted as a general purpose technology, much like electricity, internet, so we have to, there's no choice but to go around it. I also heard someone in the industry say that the last one to adopt will be the first one to get displaced. That made me very uncomfortable, but it stayed with me. Nevertheless, I will end on the note that there are still some skills, as articulated by the experts here, which are, at this point, AI-proof. And I think any initiative which brings multiple stakeholders together, government, academia, practitioners, in-house, litigators, everyone, is going to come up with attributes that will never be shaken up by AI. It can only be improved. I suppose that's what Yukti stands for. For those of you who are not familiar with the word, Yukti is a Hindi Sanskrit term, which means tact, strategy, cleverness, logic, so on and so forth. So that is also the intangible which a legal professional brings, which hopefully AI will not displace anytime soon. How to build trust with clients. How do you induce an empathetic approach to a client who's coming with his or her problems? How do you make them comfortable and conversant with a language that they are not familiar with, but it affects them significantly? So this is an uphill task for GCAI, Yukti, and everyone else who's thinking on these lines. A big round of applause to the panelists for bringing all these thoughts out. It's a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ashish, for that. And thank you so much for all of our guests. I would request you to please stay seated as we start with the felicitation. I would invite Ms. Shukla Vasan, founder, GCAI, independent director, arbitrator, special mediator, and corporate advisor, to please come and felicitate our guests. As we see that she is previously engaged, we would like to call upon Ms. Lubinisha Shaha.
For the facilitation. I'll just take 2 more minutes because I'm coming from the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and today only, when I had to come here, I realized that even we do have this scheme called the National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, and where the stipend rates have just been increased up to 12,500, and there are 1,200 trades, like we call, in which we have about 50,000 active establishments of firms like you have. There are three positions for the legal profession there, where around 350 public sector undertakings largely and private establishments also are offering apprenticeship opportunities. So I wanted to bring it to your notice, actually, and I have the details. So you have executive law, law officer, and legal associates. And I saw that, there are curriculum courses which are designed by either the taking organization or by a sector skill council or by the industry. So you have both theoretical as well as the practical side of it, on-job training and the theoretical part of it. And then plus we have just introduced a certificate of proficiency from today. It is going to be issued from today, certificate of proficiency. So it is going to be based on the assessment that would be carried out by the establishment itself. So there is an opportunity which already exists in terms of apprenticeship. So you can promote it in your law schools. Thank you.
If it can be shared via BCI with all the law schools.
Sure. We'll be happy to share because, like you said, so I think your students need to know about it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request all of you to please have a group photo. And I would now request all vice chancellors, deans, professors, and representatives from various universities to please join us on stage for the curtain raiser of Yukti. Please come on stage for the Yukti curtain raiser. As we can see that everybody is on stage now, I would request Ms. Achna Mayram to launch Yukti. Thank you.
India's legal landscape is at the cusp of transformation.
In today's fast-changing world, the legal profession must keep pace with the needs of business, society, and global progress. Students require real exposure beyond classrooms, and professionals must come together to build a stronger, future-ready legal framework for India. To drive this transformation, a landmark gathering is taking place on the 19th of September 2025 at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, bringing together leaders, students, and experts to shape the future of law.
It gives me great pleasure to support two very valuable programs designed and initiated by the General Counsels Association of India.
GCAI's initiative in Nyaya Nirmaan and Yukti programs are visionary. Nyaya Nirmaan plans to strengthen the legal infrastructure and the legal foundation, and Yukti, which nurtures talent for making future leaders in the legal profession, are extremely important and much needed in today's times.
I proudly support the Nyaya Nirmaan initiative because it is a bold step towards realizing the goal of a developed India by 2047. Strengthening our legal frameworks will help to ensure justice for every Indian citizen while creating a system that inspires global confidence. It will help India to lead with a legal framework that is fair, future-ready, and attractive for international businesses.
Internships are where legal education comes alive. They transform classroom learning into practice readiness, offering students the opportunity to apply theory, develop practical skills, and engage with the legal profession firsthand.
The second initiative is the National Internship Mentoring and Skilling Program, or called Yukti, to enable law students to obtain practical guidance and exposure to the legal work performed by in-house counsels for their companies. We at Baker McKenzie also look forward to contributing our own lawyers' time and teaching input to the program, which we hope will enable students to gain valuable insights into cross-border and global best practices.
Congratulations to the GCI on this wonderful initiative. We at Bahura Navigator and Counsel-Act are excited to be part of Yukti, the groundbreaking internship, upskilling and mentorship program. The in-house legal community has been a transformative force in the Indian legal ecosystem, and programs like Yukti will create new opportunities for future of legal talent in India.
My internships have taught me that the knowledge from books becomes powerful only when put into practice. I learned skills beyond books and classrooms. I developed skills such as communication skills, managing deadlines, working with professionals, and taking ownership of my work.
Law curriculum isn't making students industry ready. Students aren't getting good internships, and even when they get, senior partners and the corporate leaders aren't getting time to train them. I think it's an excellent initiative of General Counsel Association of India to bring who's who of legal industry to the students to train the students. I congratulate them for this initiative.
This internship program will give us immense opportunities like interacting with industry experts and also expose us to various nuances of various industries. A bridge between our classroom learning and the industry.
The reason why Yukti internship program is one of the best that I have seen is because it blends practicality with theory, and so flawlessly because it includes numerous evolving fields. It possesses automotive, it has aviation, it has technology, it has cyber and whatnot. And this gives the students an opportunity to explore themselves in a very practical manner.
We stand firmly with GCI in driving these transformative efforts and remain committed to supporting initiatives to build a stronger, progressive and inclusive ecosystem.
Initiatives such as this are not just programs. They are gateways to shaping the future of legal education and professional training. Students will get connected directly to the multinational companies by bridging the gap between the academics and the industry. Students will really get a real-time exposure to the practices, challenges, and nuances of corporate law.
These initiatives reflect a visionary commitment to strengthen India's legal architecture in step with our national aspirations. By fostering such dialogues, you are not only making the young generation progressive, but you're also making them future ready and empower the next generation of legal professionals to shape India's journey towards Viksit Bharat.
We are very grateful for this opportunity.
It has helped me carve out the path for my professional ambitions.
I believe that the Yukti internship project being conducted by the GCAI will be a great platform for law students to hone their skills to become better advocates.
My heartfelt congratulations once again to GCAI, and I look forward to witnessing the positive and long-lasting impact for this program will be created. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So looking forward to the internship.
Please give a huge round of applause. I would request all to please just come together for a photograph. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now start with our next session. To reiterate today's event, Nyaya Nirmaan, Reimagining India's Legal Foundations for Viksit Bharat 2047, brought to you by GCAI. This session for the evening is themed Reforming the Law on Damages. This focuses on areas like developing a statutory framework for damages in commercial contracts, bringing predictability and fairness in business litigations, and reducing judicial inconsistency. I will now invite the stalwarts of the industry to shed light on the topic. Firstly, I would like to invite our moderator, Ms. Sharina Petit, partner at Stewart's Law. She holds the dual leadership roles of Head of International Arbitrations and Head of the India Practice. Recognized as a global elite thought leader, she specializes in high-value, complex cross-border disputes. Now, I would like to please invite our distinguished guest, Shri Gaurav Banerjee, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court of India. He has previously served the nation with great distinction as the Additional Solicitor General of India. Welcome, sir. Also welcoming Ms. Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate at the Supreme Court of India. She has previously served the nation with great distinction as the Additional Solicitor General of India. I would also like to welcome Shri Sudhanshu Swaroop Kesi, Barrister 20 Essex. We also have joining us Ms. Sudha Rani Relangi, Member Legal, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. I would also like to welcome Shri Hitesh Jain, Advocate and an esteemed member of the Law Commission of India. We also have joining us Shri Jagdish Chandra Solanki, Central Government Standing Counsel and esteemed advisor to the Ministry of Law and Justice. Also, please welcome Daksh Ahluwalia, founder and principal of IQIAM Law Offices. And finally, we have our GCAI representative. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vivek Mittal, Executive Director for Legal and Corporate Affairs at Hindustan Unilever Limited. We are truly privileged to have all of you stalwarts here today, and I would now request you to please commence the session.
I'm delighted to be the moderator for this panel session on reforming the law of damages. And we've got a very distinguished panel here today. We do have limited time, so I'm going to get on with just giving a brief introduction and then with having a discussion with the panelists with some questions. For several years, the basic framework and substantive content of Indian private law mirrored English private law. The drafters of the Indian Contract Act 1872 and the Specific Relief Act 1877 were actually English jurists, and several illustrations in these codes were based on well-known English cases recorded in English equity reports. However, it would be premature to write off the origins of commercial remedies in India as one that began with codification. Court-granted damages, specific performance, and injunctive relief for contractual breaches, depending on applicable law, that is, personal law and customs. It was through the process of codification that damages became the primary remedy and specific performance the exception. In the nearly 150 years that have passed since the colonial codification exercise, several moments have shaped the law of damages in India. Chief amongst these is India's changing economic landscape. Having grown to be the world's fourth largest economy, responding to this change, the legislature amended the Specific Relief Act 1963 in 2018 with the objective of improving contract enforcement, particularly for infrastructure contracts. The amended Act does away with the adequacy of damages rule, marking a departure from English law. Yet, challenges remain that merit further consideration of India's damages regime. Mr. Sanjeev Gimawat, who is with us in the audience and is a thought leader in this field, recently wrote an incisive article about why India must overhaul its damages jurisprudence, where he remarks, and I quote, "In this changed landscape, continuing with a damages jurisprudence designed for a protectionist era is illogical." He touched upon amending the law on liquidated damages, which is not only at divergence with international practice, but also undermines contractual certainty by insisting on genuine pre-estimates of loss. Other challenges include judicial delays, which significantly impact the value of damage decrees, skepticism over whether the existing regime is sufficient to address the various causes of action that can arise from sophisticated commercial transactions. Today, our panel will consider whether and to what extent the law of damages should be reformed to address these challenges. We aim to discuss three aspects. The first aspect will be on liquidated damages, the second on specific relief, and the third on the payment and recovery of damages, including proposals for legislative reform. So I first turn to Section 1, which is on liquidated damages. Now, on liquidated damages, Section 74 of the Indian Contract Act 1872 sought to break away from the common law distinction between liquidated damages and penalties. Despite this, courts in India have actually imposed the common law into the code. That is, applying the law against penalties, such that a liquidated damages provision in the nature of a penalty is actually unenforceable. So my first question is really to Mr. Banerjee. Considering the inconsistent decisions on the test for reasonableness, should the Indian Contract Act 1872 be amended to set out a criteria for reasonableness? Should this be in sync with the modern penalty rule, that is, if liquidated damages is not an unreasonable pre-estimate of damages, it will be enforced?
Thank you, Sharina. First of all, thank you for inviting me This is quite an interesting and unusual topic. Normally people don't discuss damages, though it's the most important part of the equation in any matter, because that's where the money lies. And the topic that you flagged for me is Section 74, and whether it should be amended or not. And I would say the answer is yes, is the short answer, but in the interest of time. But I will definitely tell you why, in my opinion. So you've got to dial back to Section 74. The idea of Section 74 was actually to solve a problem, which was there in English law, which was this distinction between a penalty and a genuine pre-estimate. So it was a section designed to solve a problem, cut the Gordian knot, have a simple formula, and close out this distinction. Unfortunately, when it came to the Supreme Court in the 60s, we all know the cases of Fateh Chand, Balkishan Das, Maula Baks. I'm not going to bore you with the judgments. The attitude of the Supreme Court was very different then from what it is now. It was, you know, they were suspicious of an onerous burden being put on parties who were not in a position to negotiate. So you had this judgment which essentially said two things. One, they said, well, first of all, you've got to prove loss. Now, you know, if you read the section, it says you don't have to prove loss. But they introduced this in. And then they said, not only do you have to have some sort of loss, but then you will only get reasonable compensation, and we will tell you what reasonable compensation is, and pluck out the principles of 73, push it into 74. This has happened in 63, and now our courts are stuck with that. In fact, in Kailash Nath, which is Justice Nariman's judgment, we had quite a spirited debate in another forum, and I essentially told him that I didn't agree with the judgment. And his one answer was, I'm sorry, the Constitution bench said this, I am bound. So obviously we need a change. Now the question is, what is the change? What has changed? One is, you know, the whole purpose of having liquidated damages is that you don't have to go to court. Because you see the formula, give the money and get on with it. And how do you achieve that? Interesting, and I of course read Dr. Ghemawat's article, but there's one thing I will add to his article, which is this. This same section is there in Malaysia. It's section 75 of the 1950 Act. And they have a judgment in a case called Cubic, which is completely different from our Fateh Chand and Balkishan Das. On the same section, they initially followed Indian judgments, and then when Cavendish and Magdesi came, they course-corrected Cubic Electronics Mass Telecommunication. Very interesting judgment, 2019, 6 MLJ 15, worth a read. So the short point is this. You should not be required to prove loss. You've already agreed to what you've agreed. You should not get Section 73 in there, because that will drive you to litigation. Secondly, if you have negotiated it, then whatever is there in the formula is what is there, presumptively. What is the joy in then saying, I will give you reasonable compensation which I can determine? Then you are back in court. So either way, the section, I would say, a very bold judge will refer the matter to 7 judges and follow Cubic and overrule Fateh Chand. It's not going to happen. So the only solution is some sort of explanations added to Section 74, saying you don't have to prove loss, don't bring in Section 73, and 2, yes, in a very onerous case, you can revisit it, but presumptively what is there in the formula should be reasonable, because that is what has been negotiated. You can't have commercial matters equated to employment contracts and one side fits all. So we in India don't have the ACTA, which is the Unfair Contract Terms Act. So answer, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That was excellent. We have another question now for Ms. Dr. Pinky Anand. Pinky, what about the requirement to prove actual damage or loss ex post? Should the test be ex ante, such that it is only relevant if the clause reflects an amount unconscionably out of proportion to the maximum loss or damage that may be sustained at the time of making the contract.
Thank you very much. I think you're brilliant. You not only ask the question, but you actually give some part of the answer. I'll just go back to praising Shrina first, to say that not only does she give the question, but she gives part of the answer as a cue. So it happened in the first, and now, of course, this is the second. But after having heard Gaurav on the subject, and really, I keep wondering, how have we done this entire practice of having a provision of law which provides for something, and we've interpreted it completely reverse. So for me, the day is staged as reverse engineering. Now we have to go into that process somewhere. There are two ways possible. And what kind of a process may be done is, one, the substantive correction. Gaurav pointed out rightly that it may go to a 7-judge if it so happens. The alternative is legislative amendment. But legislative amendment would be strange. The law actually says you don't have to prove actual loss and damages, but nonetheless, we are able to do it when we want to. So I think explanations could be added very validly to take it out of the circuit of this entire trajectory of litigation as it goes along, because now we are dealing with Commercial Courts Act. We are dealing with the entire process of med. We are dealing with resolving disputes in the fastest possible way, efficiency, and what have you. Now we need to get our substantive course corrected for the reason that if you have a provision which is amenable to a certain construction, that construction is always going to happen. And that construction today unreasonable, the quantum, what it should be, is really a question in the open. To come back to one of Shrina's questions, to say, should it be what? So I come back reverse engineering. It should be presumed liquidated damages is actual, whatever is discussed. We don't have the time or energy now to dispute all these issues time and again in various jurisdictions. We just have to stop somewhere. And commercial efficacy demands that you actually give or you get what you committed to. The commitment reduces the uncertainty, the time gap, the processes, and then ensures that you don't want to take advantage of delay. Everybody knows that you actually work on delay as a system, so you want to reduce that. So reverse engineering, yes, Shrina, the test of what it might be would actually be that the liquidated damages stand, except where they are disproportionate or onerous, and whether we review it by the 7-judge bench or the 9-judge bench, or we do it legislatively, it's high time we do it, because we are working on Viksit Bharat, 4th largest economy, FDIs, everything else that we have to go with us. If we can't reduce our ease of doing business, and we're not very, very high up on that, we've improved, but that index has to go up. And the only way to improve the index is to reduce uncertainty, vagueness, ambiguities, and to make it clear. So what was clear has to come back in one way or the other. The earlier regime actually also, I will add to what Gaurav said, worked on a socialist pattern of thought. That rescue, the David and the Goliath fight. In 1872, save the poor people, don't put them to terms. But today we are not in that circuit. We have far exceeded into a Viksit Bharat, as I said. So today you have people who are of equal strength. The bargaining positions are somewhat equal. Of course, there will be always some inequalities, but at the same time you have mostly equal bargaining strength. So reduce it, make it certain, have liquidated damages stand where it must and should, and only reverse it in the case of where it is possibly disproportionate. And the proportionality test has been used in US very well, in fact, as a criteria to do so. I think we can take examples from wherever, and we sit together and take this up to its logical conclusion.
Thank you very much for that. And there's a lot of takeaways in what Dr. Anand just said. Because time is short and we can spend literally an entire day talking about liquidated damages, I'm going to move on to specific relief. Specific relief was previously equitable and discretionary. This, however, changed in 2018 with amendments to the Specific Relief Act 1963, with limited grounds for refusal of specific relief and made specific relief available as of right. One of the aims of the 2018 amendment was to increase investor confidence by improving enforcement. And my question here is to Mr. Sudhanshu Swarup, who's from England and Wales and who's a KC from London. Sudhanshu, in England and Wales and other common law jurisdictions, the option to pay damages is one of the markers of investor friendliness and is the preferable mode of enforcing contracts. Do you think this is different when it comes to India? Particularly, is the deterrent effect involved in making specific performance a primary remedy more desirable than the autonomy to break a contract by paying damages? It would be great if you give a little overview of England and then talk a little bit about India.
Thank you, Sharina. Now, well, I speak from the perspective of a UK practitioner. And in the UK, for a claimant alleging breach of contract, the primary remedy is damages. Damages is available as a matter of right, and the principle is that the damages should put the claimant in the position he would have been in but for the breach. There is a jurisdiction to go to the court and ask for specific performance, but that is a discretionary remedy, and the court will not grant specific performance of a contract if damages would have been an adequate remedy. So, for example, situations where damages might not be an adequate remedy could be where, for example, there's a contract for the sale of a unique item, such as an antique vase, or typically contracts for the sale of land, because land is considered to be unique. But again, just thinking about the UK perspective, this then translates into the mindset of litigators, because whenever you're instructed to plead a case, you rarely think of specific performance. You go straight for damages, and you plead out damages with a view that there's going to be a exchange of pleadings, witness statements, a trial in 1-2 years' time, and then perhaps further proceedings to enforce the damages claim. And I'm intrigued by the India amendments to flip this round and make specific performance a primary remedy available as a right, because the title of this conference is Reimagining India's Legal Foundations. I do wonder whether in the UK we need to reimagine the way we treat questions of specific performance, because fundamentally business people want to get on and perform contracts. They don't want to be stuck in several years of trench warfare, litigating and then trying to enforce a judgment. So I'm not going to try and give any kind of insight into how this does or does not work in India, and I'd love to hear from Indian practitioners about this. But in terms of reimagination, I can see a case for reimagining the way we do things in the UK.
Thank you very much, Sudhanshu. And I actually have a question for any of the panelists that might like to chime in. In your experience, are courts ordering specific performance more readily as a result of the 2018 amendment? I can see Gaurav is just raring to go.
I'll answer that and run. I think the answer is that courts don't have that many final decisions in commercial courts, but certainly arbitrators are now rethinking what they're doing and awarding specific performance rather than damages, though it's a task to educate arbitrators about the amendment, and it's a massive change of mindset, both for the arbitration community, the arbitrators, the lawyers. We've all grown up on the English law, which is damages first. You can blatantly breach a contract and just pay money and get out of it. Yes. But our thinking now in India, and I think this is forward thinking, this is a better position than what that English law has. And I think it's a very positive thing that we insist now that you keep to your end of the bargain and carry it out. So yes, it is happening, and we are pushing that, and awards are coming more in that sense.
Sure. Thank you. Did we have another contributor on the panel to that question?
So I represent corporate here actually, and we actually go for litigation. The issue with this entire process is that lawyers, and I'm also a lawyer, but external lawyers, they see it completely differently versus us. For us, it's always is the balance between getting our work done versus money and how efficiently we can get it done. I think from our point of view, when we see Indian legal system, our first port of call is how to get it done. Damages is one area which is typically, if you pick up last 10 years, 20 years cases, mostly goes in infrastructure contracts. But companies like us, we want to get the work done. And how to get the work done is a challenge even with specific performance, and we have gone through multiple times. That even through specific performance, you have judgment in your hand, but party is not doing it rightly. You struggle to get it done because the intent itself is not to do it. That's one point of view. Other point of view is whenever anybody comes to me and says that, oh, I want to claim damages, and let's say damages amount is very high, my first response is, are you willing to spend 5 years? Are you willing to spend 10 years? If the bigger the amount, the long term of litigation is equivalent to that. So I think and I have dealt in many jurisdictions, I think my idea is that there are jurisdictions where people do fear liquidated damages. They do understand that enforcement is pretty solid. And in-house lawyers do tell them that, okay, go ahead, take this fight head on, you will win if there is a breach. So I think we need to fix this balance between damages, specific performance, and enforcement, all three together. Unless we fix all three together, if any one of this is not working, then probably we are not in the right place, even from investment point of view in India. If we have to look at 2047 and draw more investments, then we need to fix this process. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really useful perspective from an in-house counsel perspective. And we have one more panelist, Mr. Jagdish Chandra Solanki, who's going to give us his views.
Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me. See, regarding this specific performance and damages is concerned, the era is pre-2018 and post-2018. In pre-2018, the word in Section 10 of Specific Relief Act is used may be enforced. In post-2018, an amendment has happened, and the term which replaces shall be enforced. So the era is changed. Earlier, the specific performance was discretionary in nature. It was not claimed as a right. Now, post-2018, because of the amendment, now it is nothing but a statutory right. Yes, there is an exemption, there is a limitation. Limitations are prescribed under Section 11, subclause 2 of Specific Relief Act, and 14, Section 14, and Section 16. So if any case falls under this exemption, limitations, of course, damages can be awarded. But the primary objective is to perform the contract. So specific performance as of now is a right rather than a discretionary or a judicial indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we move on to the final section of the, which is on payment of damages and legislative proposals. And my question is to Ms. Sudha Resangi. The government is increasingly promoting mediation, especially in lower value contracts involving the government. In your experience, has mediation proved to be effective for parties to be compensated for their loss?
Thank you and good evening to everybody. And the specific question which is being discussed by all the panelists, in addition to that, I would like to add that while handling the litigation, be it commercial disputes or the contractual obligations, what I would like to see while adjudicating these matters is the aspect of enforceability, whether they are able to be enforceable. If they are enforceable, time is the essence of the contract. So it is high time for us to go for law reforms and then amend Section 74, which is handling the liquidated damages, to be offered, because it is something interfering with the commercial wisdom of the contracting parties. So the commercial wisdom of the contracting parties, while taking the risk factors, they have entered by assuming one amount while entering at the time of contracts is being reassessed by the courts. So this needs to be addressed.
Thank
Sorry.
you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Anand, can I ask you, have you seen in your experience whether mediation has proved to be effective for parties to be compensated for their loss?
Indeed, yes. And I think the regime that we've entered into recently, with the Mediation Act also coming into being, you find that basically parties in commercial interaction wish to actually end the dispute.
Yes.
So obviously mediation being a source of efficient disposal is something that works. And parties want to retain not only this issue of having solved their problems, but for going for further interaction. You want it a continuing business relationship. Yeah. So you don't really want to come out distressed. As far as mediation is concerned, mediation actually tries to work out that both sides go, it's a win-win, as we say, yes, in mediation. Nobody really loses out fully. You find some midway solution which works out. So I think if you can get rid of the aggravation, and I actually find that in commercial interaction or disputes, you basically have a higher chance of mediation because emotions don't run so high. You know, we are not in the old patriarchal system of business which runs down a family only. It's gone way beyond that. Yes. We've come into commercialization of all sorts, including corporatization of the world. And India in particular. So within this, everybody's open to it. You're not really taking it personally. There's no personal engagement. And I think mediation has worked very successfully, and hopefully with the initiatives that we've been launching, all of us, and it's going on, catching with a momentum at this point of time, you're encouraging it. And so mediation, and not only mediation, med, and those combinations that I think we can look for, because now mediation firstly has a binding effect. Yes. Not international, I'm afraid, so far. We've been mooting for it. But for national, we have recognition. The combination of med is again something that can be looked at very successfully and is being worked on.
Actually, Pinky and I spoke on another panel on med, and actually looking at statistics on mediation when I was preparing the questions for this panel. About 93% of disputes, international arbitration disputes, that go into mediation tend to settle. So that's really good statistics, and I think that's been a great initiative with the government as well. My next question is really to Daksh on good faith. While good faith between parties is a critical factor during negotiations and while entering into a new business relationship, there is often no place in Indian law for damages for breach of the implied duty of good faith, quite similar to English law. Could you elaborate on the need for the courts and the legislature to be more open to damages for breach of the duty of good faith? Would parties be open to quantifying the amount of the duty into, say, liquidated damages whilst entering into commercial contracts? What are your thoughts, Daksh?
Yeah, so thank you for that, Sharina. I think the question is in two parts. One is there an implied duty of good faith where the contract does not stipulate for one, and the second part is where the contract would stipulate, and then therefore there could be liquidated damages for breach of the duty of good faith. And you're right to say that in the first instance where there is no implied duty of good faith under Indian law, there are two High Court judgments, one from the Delhi High Court and one from the Kerala High Court, that observe, and it's really an observation which goes to say that there is a duty of good faith in every contract. Now, whether that's been followed across arbitral panels and in awards, we've not seen that really. There's just observations that are there and maybe made in a very, the judges are just making those observations when they are not central issues to the case. So, should there be an implied duty of good faith, is really a question that develops, and we can follow from English law, where there is a 2009 English judgment which says that there should be an implied duty of good faith in relational contracts. Exactly. And that's a fairly good precedent to follow. I don't think Indian law has really evolved to that extent. Coming to the second part of your question, whether you should have liquidated damages, you could only have liquidated damages where parties to the contract include within the contract that there is a contractual duty of good faith, an obligation really written down. And very often you can have that, and presumably I think practitioners and draftsmen who are looking to draft contracts which are relational contracts, taking from English law principles, should then write in the contract that there is a duty of good faith.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's this big debate because many, in French law, they do recognize the concept of good faith. So that's been really, so a lot of clients, particularly from India, ask us those questions. Well, why can't you import that with English law? But thankfully, because of the relational contracts point, that's been helpful, at least from the good faith perspective in England. And it would be good for India to consider adopting something like that.
I think a case-to-case standard would be better instead of a blanket approach where you just imply it. It's also the question of party autonomy. India and the UK, I think, have recognized party autonomy and the ability of parties to agree to terms. So would you then imply a duty of good faith if I decide to sell a company that is valued at 100 crores at 50 crores? Then that's my choice. So do you imply that duty of good faith that there was a discount? Yeah, there are both sides to it.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. So, Sudhanshu, I don't know if you want to chime in something about English law and good faith.
Well, the context I've come across it. The context I've come across it most recently is where a contractual clause provides a general discretion that the other party may do X in the following circumstances, but at their discretion. And it's in that context that the question of whether there's an implied limitation of good faith arises. And certainly in that context, there's a lot of case law that says an English court will have no problem in implying an obligation of good faith. And in the case I was involved with, it actually ended up being determinative. But outside of that context, I've always encountered a lot of resistance from English courts because they regard it, like you say, as French.
Yes.
And they don't like that.
Yes. Well, thank you. The next question is for Mr. Solanki. Should timelines for payments of damages be prescribed by legislation, or do you think it's sufficient for courts to direct the payment of post-award interest? Should the consequence of non-timely payment, which is payments like adverse costs, be prescribed?
Yeah, so I think you put this watch in front of us, which is reminding us that we left with no less than 8 minutes, and
yes.
I think one more speaker is also left. Nonetheless, I'll try to be specific. So you have 3 questions in one. One is timeline, second one is interest, and third one is post-award interest. In general law, in India, CPC section 34 provides for interest part. And one more legislation, that is Interest Act, that's also empower, section 3 empower the judicial forum to impose interest in case of awards and judgments. Now in this, the issue is post-award and the penal interest. If the obligation is not met out, award is passed, judgment is passed, but within the time frame given by the court, if the award is not met out, condition is not fulfilled, then whether post-award interest can be imposed or not. Yes, court has all discretion, but the section 3 of Interest Acts prohibit for compounding interest. So you can't go for compounding interest. So the only remaining situation is that you can award only simple interest. Or some penal interest is 6%, or you can go for higher rate of interest, could be 9%, 10%, 11%. So yes, court can award it. But is it enough? To my mind, yes. My question is mixed, answer is mixed, but yes, it can be enough, but certain things can be also added. In your contract, if you have specific conditions that in case of post-award, there is a specific condition of any penal interest, then court is bound to do it. Second point, yes, there could be a requirement of amendment in some provisions, like where is a case flow is huge, like an infrastructure contract or construction contract, where case flow is huge, some provision for penal interest can be added, so that the trust and faith in Indian judiciary can be intact.
Thank you very much for that.
I'll just say actually,
yes, please.
On the aspect of interest, much as I'm not going into what interest there should be and which stage, etc. I'm fully, the law provides for some things and maybe you could add into that. But actually, I am against this whole concept of providing for interest per se, as opposed to having a speedy disposal and enforcement of the actual dispute between the parties. In commercial wisdom, you don't really look for being awarded the money as an alternative, because money is invested into the whole business as an expectation that it will deliver within a certain time span of its own, and it in turn leads to much more further businesses. So interest providing, and particularly I will say in the Indian context, I mean, people feel they'll pay some interest on it, fine, we'll pay it later on, we'll find some reason, we'll delay that proceeding, and that doesn't really work out efficiently very well. And when we are talking about millions and billions in corporate businesses which are coming up, I'm really all in favor of providing for the expedition at the first instance. Interest, as definitely it has to be provided, there's no choice, and we do have the provisions, but really let's concentrate on the first part and the enforcement of that.
I can see Vivek Mittal leaning very much forward and enthusiastically from a business perspective on that.
So I think before I jump to interest, I want to comment on two things. One is good faith and other one is mediation, very quickly. I don't want to fight one more fight of good faith before I fight the actual fight. So very clear, because as soon as good faith is introduced, I need to fight good faith, and when good faith is proven, I need to go to actual issues. So I don't want good faith. I think I'll write in a contract and live with that. On mediation or arbitration, one suggestion which I've been advocating is CSR funding towards access to justice, where we should tap the retired judges or senior lawyers, and corporate should pay them. And with that, we should create a mechanism of tiered fees, that if your damages, if this much, then this fee you pay, and that's done. I think we should move to that, and that's the right way to go to access to justice, by the way. And third thing, interest. If I'm going for damages, then I would want my interest as well. That's where I am, very clearly, because otherwise, if the matter is going on for 20 years, I don't want to stuck with what I claimed 20 years back. I want damages I want interest as well, with the interest which is linked to inflation, by the way. And maybe linked to some bank or something, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. And that actually leads me very well into my last question, which is for you. Do you consider that the current statutory framework on damages and the judicial regime on enforcement offer adequate protection for your business interests? And what change would you consider would improve the current framework?
So I think I covered it in some form or other.
You did. I just wondered if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is enforcement.
Absolutely.
Which
is what Pinky just talked about as well. Absolutely.
If we fix that, then we are almost there. Enforcement, that's one. And then time to reach to finalization of dispute. Yes. And we keep discussing internally, and we were very recently discussing in my company that, oh, this case is in High Court. I said, be prepared to go to Supreme Court, and be prepared to spend 3 more years on this. So I think time to reach to the finality of dispute is one thing which I would want to see, certainly.
Yes.
So just one more point on
yes,
improving access to justice and how you can look for enforcement is Mr. Mittal just said, everybody wants to go to the higher court because there is no consequence of going to the high court, and the English law follows a loser pays principle, which if introduced in India, you could have a situation where practitioners then really need to think about whether they want to fund their own costs as well as costs of the other party. And if you bring in that principle in a serious way, we've had courts award 20,000 rupee costs, 1 lakh rupee costs, when senior advocates who are charging much more than that are appearing, even lawyers, firms who are charging much more than that are appearing. But if you have the loser pays principle come into India probably in a codified form or by judicial intervention, then that would really improve enforcement and objections, that frivolous objections that come.
I think that's a great takeaway, Daksh. That's a great comment. We have 1 minute and 27 seconds, so I'm going to have a final question to any of the panelists. Should the law prescribe guiding factors for determining quantum of damages, perhaps by way of schedules to the statute or better guide parties and the court, or will such a schedule restrict the courts instead of guiding them? Does anyone want to? Oh, thank you, Pinky.
No schedules. I think when we are contemplating liquidated damages, particularly, we are not talking about unliquidated damages principally. Yes. So when we talk about liquidated damages, to restrict the party's autonomy is probably unthinkable for me. I feel we have to leave it there for the party's wisdom, and for restricting the courts and in its own way to amend the legislation to see that we ensure that the party's autonomy is upkept in all ways. It's upheld, it's preserved, it's enforced, and that is what really should work. So prescribing that not. And I do want to add in one part on judicial reform as far as this is concerned, or legislative rather, time limits. You asked a question earlier whether it should be mandatory or whether it should be, or time limit should be set or left to parties. Yes. But really, we've seen in the Arbitration Act, Sharina, the Arbitration Act and the amendments that we have brought in as a country has really led to improved efficacy in terms of time. And I think we need to introduce these mandatory time limits. We do have commercial courts. We can actually set a different tone and tenor to the commercial courts, national in the first instance, then getting on to the international as well. That's the scope we really need to work on.
Thank you very much, Pinky. And with that, I've been told time is up. And so I would like to close this panel session by saying thank you very much to our fantastic panelists for an engaging discussion, and to you for being an engaging and listening audience. Thank you very much.
Sharina, I must add in here that you are one of the best known arbitrators in the world, and for you to be moderating such a session in such a grand way, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you, for such a lovely session. I'll just request you to please stay on the dais. I would now invite Ms. Neera Sharma, founder, Gcai, Group General Counsel and CEO, Board Director, Systema Smart Technologies, to please come and do the felicitations for our guests. I would please request all of our guests to please come together for a final photo. Thank you, everyone. We will commence with our next session in just another minute. Yes, in the previous session. The next theme comes naturally to all our minds. The theme is strengthening ADR ecosystem, institutional framework for mediation and arbitration. This discussion will focus upon topics like making India a credible arbitration hub, improving enforcement and neutrality in arbitration, institutionalizing mediation practices post-Mediation Act 2023, and phasing out ad hoc arbitration. And to take this theme forward, our guests have already taken their spaces, and I would now like to call upon our moderator for this session. Please welcome Ms. Sharmishta Chakrabarti, a partner at Skadden Arps Slate, Meagher and Flom in Singapore. We're truly privileged to have you here today. I would now like to invite our guest of honor, Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta, Chairman of the India International Arbitration Center. We are truly privileged to have his leadership in promoting institutional arbitrations in India. We also have Ms. Anju Rathi Rana, Secretary of the Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice. Also joining us today is Sri Nakul Diwan, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. We are truly privileged to have his expertise and insights with us today. We also have Ms. Marique Paulson, Secretary General, Council for International Dispute Resolution of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Please also join me in welcoming our guest, Ms. Neeti Sachdeva, Secretary General and Registrar of the Mumbai Center for International Arbitration. Joining us is another wonderful guest, Ms. Shweta Biduri, Director and Head South Asia for the Singapore International Arbitration Center. We also have with us another guest, Sri Tariq Khan, the representative of the Dubai International Arbitration Center. And finally, please join me in welcoming Sri Tejas Chauhan, the Regional Director for the International Chamber of Commerce in Paris. Also joining us today, Ajay Kumar Arora, Joint Secretary, Arbitration, Government of India. And the GCAI representative joining us today for this session is Sri Rajiv Chauhan, the former Group General Counsel of Pernod Ricard. We are truly privileged to have his insights with us today.
So are we ready to start, or should we be waiting for Justice Gupta coming?
We're just waiting for 1 minute. I believe they're just joining us. I will introduce our guests, and we're just waiting for them to join us now. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. I would request now to please commence the session.
All right. Well, thank you. Sorry for the delay, but now at least we're at quorum, and let's get this started. At the very beginning, what I'd like to do is say a very big thank you to the GCAI for their untiring efforts at organizing this conference and really herding us together into this room. So a big thank you, Sanjeev, for having us here. The conference is really an impressive one. It's bringing together really the key end users of arbitration, the general counsels. You are the community that we, the service providers, are here to provide the services for. So thank you for coming. Thank you for attending. And the agenda today is also very appropriate. In this global economy, it is an understatement to say that India is a key player. Tariffs, sanctions, other obstacles notwithstanding, cross-border trade remains flourishing, as does domestic growth. And India's strides are really in the direction of achieving developed nation status by 2047. With that in mind, our topic today will focus on how to develop India's arbitration and ADR system to support the country's policy goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And that is, I can see written in the background, reimagining India's legal foundations for Viksit Bharat of 2047. And today we're going to talk with my esteemed panelists about the arbitration and ADR system specifically. I have with me 6 esteemed panelists, many of whom require no introduction. We have representatives from the judiciary, who are the decision makers in the arbitration ecosystem. We have representatives from the government who represent the policy makers. And we also have representatives from the arbitral institutions, international. We also had someone from the domestic institution, but unfortunately she had to leave. On the dais with me today, to be a little bit more specific, are Honorable Justice Hemant Gupta. He was formerly on the Supreme Court of India and is now the chairman of the India International Arbitration Center. We have Ms. Anuj Rathirana, who's the Secretary, Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice. We also have with us Mr. Rajiv Chauhan, who's at the very end. He's the former Group GC of Pernod Ricard. We have visiting today our country, Ms. Marike Paulsen, who is the Secretary General Counsel for International Dispute Resolution for the Kingdom of Bahrain. Right next to her is Ms. Shweta Biduri, who is the Director and Head South Asia of SIAC. Next to her is Mr. Tariq Khan, who is the Head of International Arbitration at DN Code Dubai, and he also sits as an arbitrator at the DIAC. And last but not the least, I have the pleasure of welcoming Tejas Chauhan, who is the Regional Director of the ICC. That said, to kick off the conversation, what I would quite like to do is to invite Justice Gupta to share his experiences with arbitrating in India. Sir, you're a former Supreme Court judge. You have decades of experience on the bench. But now you've pivoted a little bit, and now you're looking at justice outside of the courts. Sir, what has your experience been with arbitration, specifically arbitrating in India?
Good evening, everyone. We are already running late, so I will be brief. The difficulty in Indian arbitration ecosystem are manifold. One are legal, one are procedural, one is of mindset. We have in India grown with the ad hoc arbitration. Since the 1940 and 1996, we have ad hoc arbitration. Institutions we have never dwelt. No, it's very difficult to change mindset from ad hoc arbitration to institutional arbitration. But I think with the effort of all, particularly general counsels who are representing large section of private sector who are in dispute. Public sector undertaking is one sector. The private sector is represented by the general counsels, and today, unfortunately, we are with them. If we change mindset, it will be at least people can opt for institutional arbitration. But even opting for institutional arbitration is not and all. That is starting off another problem. Our legal ecosystem is not all that consumer friendly, meaning thereby disputing parties. There is intervention by court at every level, from interim orders under Section 9 then appointment of an arbitrator under Section 11, then a revocation of arbitral authority, termination of arbitral authority, then Section 29, extension of time, and then objections against the award, and then execution. And for courts, the commercial matters is not a priority. There are many other matters, particularly related to life and liberty, and other public interest matters. The commercial matters take a backstage. So we have to think of that how to diversify the legal procedures by alternative methods. In the latest amendment bill, which was introduced in 2024, I'm told there was a clause which probably has been deleted, that there should be an arbitral appellate tribunal. Arbitral appellate tribunal will take care of the objections under Section 34. At least one tier is off. And if there is a arbitral institution, appellate tribunal, the scrutiny would also be better before the High Court or before the Supreme Court. It was a welcome suggestion which was introduced. I think Law Secretary would be in a better position to say whether this provision is there or not there. But I'm told, I have not read it, that this provision has been deleted. These are then execution. Execution is again problematic. My suggestion would be, because I have been always advocating it, that we have a summary procedure of recovery under Second Schedule of Income Tax Act. And that provision is extended to the debt recovery tribunal, where the power is conferred on the registrar of the debt recovery tribunal to take summary proceedings for recovery. The court intervention should be reduced. You can authorize the centers or their officers to initiate recovery proceedings under Second Schedule of Income Tax Act. It will fasten the recovery proceedings, it will be summary proceedings, and it will not burden the court system. My idea is that people should not go to court for redressal of their grievances.
Thank you so much. Now that we've had the perspective from the former Justice Gupta, I would now like to see what the perspective is from a GC. So Mr. Chauhan, if you would please share your experiences with arbitration, that would be very helpful.
Sure. So from a corporation's point of view, very clearly, there was a time when the only intent on a commercial dispute was to get an interim order. And for that, the courts were the best place to be in. But after 1996, when standards have been international in arbitration now, and corporations now look at three things: efficiency, cost, and execution, and the level of confidence you have in an arbitration proceeding. So if I look at the last 15 to 20 years, I think that confidence is building. Certainly, there are more clauses, arbitration clauses in contracts, but in case we are still not there. In case efficiency, cost, and execution is taken care of, I think arbitration has come to a stage when it can be an absolutely alternate to litigation and may even supersede it. Thank you.
That's very helpful. And in fact, it's a very nice segue to our next topic, so to speak, which is, you're saying now that efficiency is important, reliability is important. And so when, as general counsel, someone is thinking about a clause and you're negotiating a clause, the question that comes to mind first is, should I choose arbitration or should I choose litigation? You cross that hurdle and you say, okay, I'm choosing arbitration. But then the next question comes, all right, am I going to choose institutional arbitration or am I going to choose ad hoc arbitration? Perhaps I could invite Tejas to comment on that, given that Tejas is from the ICC. Tejas, you don't have a biased view, of course, but please tell me, what do you prefer, institutional arbitration or ad hoc?
I always tell clients when I'm speaking with general counsels, good evening, everyone, please do not choose ad hoc arbitration thinking it's going to be cheaper, and do not rule out an institution thinking it's going to be expensive. That is point number one. Point number two is, The institution does not define the seat. You can have an SIAC arbitration in Paris, just as you can have an ICC arbitration in Singapore, where the ICC also has an office. And speaking of costs, the cost of an institution is perhaps just about 2% of your entire cost, which is going to be capped. 83% of your costs are legal costs. 15% of the costs are costs of an arbitrator. And when we speak about this institution being cheaper, that institution being more expensive, I have never heard a single lawyer say I'm the cheapest lawyer in Delhi. Nobody wants to advertise their services as that. So there are, of course, many benefits of having institutional arbitration. Number one is the predictability aspect, and I'm not going to touch upon it because I have, of course, the pleasure of having Shweta, Mary Kay, who can also perhaps elaborate on that, but this is just something I want to touch upon.
Well, thanks very much, Tejas. Perhaps, Mary Kay, I might turn to you next, and let me see what your perspective is.
Thank you so much. And my respect and gratitude to those who are still here. Thank you for listening. We're tired and we're cold and we're hungry. I would like to actually make 3 salient points, having listened to other panels today and being in wonderful India. Point 1, we are here with General Counsel, and there's one thing that we lawyers need to remember. Users don't want to be users. They don't really like lawyers. They don't like to litigate, and they don't like to arbitrate. Users don't really enjoy the system of international arbitration anymore. It takes a long time, it is very expensive, and it's very hard to enforce the awards, as my fellow panelists have already alluded to. Point 2, and this brings me, and that's intentional, Your Honor, to the origins of ICA, because India is going to bid for ICA 2030, and I very much hope that we will see the ICA Congress coming back to India. The creator of ICA in the 1960s was Peter Saunders, and a dear friend of Vali Nariman. And he would talk about the national courts, because sometimes we do not give the national courts enough credit. And he would compare arbitration and the national courts to the bird and its nest. The young bird will fly away, but it will always find its way back to the nest, and the nest that is the national courts. So no matter how much we would advocate for arbitration, we will always need the national courts. And this is a little bit of a rude awakening. Sometimes the national courts need work. They need to be, the judges need to be pro-arbitration, they need to be versed in the New York Convention, they need to master the English language, they need to understand the essence of commerce. And that brings me to the last salient point. Again, listening to many conversations this week and the panel and the conference today, users don't want to be users. Courts have some work to do. And often we do these conferences with lawyers, but lawyers do not drive the debate. Users drive the debate. They affect change because they have that power, and governments do. And what's happening right now at a bilateral level, at a multilateral level, at the United Nations International Trade Law, is we're going to world courts and commercial courts, and users want mediation. And we've heard this a couple of times today, and I'm sure this entire week, and for weeks to come. Mediation in commerce and mediation in investor state, this is the future. And Bahrain very much hopes to find an alliance with India on promoting mediation together. It is hard to find the right mediators, but the users will want it. Now, why is that? Unlike arbitration, mediation preserves the relationship. And so those are the 3 points, and I wouldn't even want to get into institutional versus ad hoc because I am very much pro-institutional. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mary Kay. So you've covered a couple of points, mediation, which I want to get to, but before getting to mediation, sticking on the theme of institutional arbitration versus ad hoc arbitration, it would be remiss of me not to ask Shweta, who sits with SIAC. 66% of your users are of Indian origin, or that's a stat that I read. But perhaps you can tell me a little bit more about the growth of SIAC in India.
Sorry, what was your question again?
If you could tell me a little bit more, Shweta, about the growth of SIAC in India and with Indian users.
Yeah, I think, and I've spoken this last year as well, and every time we're back here with the Delhi Arbitration Weekend and the India Area Week, SIAC's story is not complete without India. And I think in some way, SIAC has grown with the arbitration landscape in India and very much supporting the growth of the businesses in India. And I think, we keep debating about between the institutions, after you get past the discussion about ad hoc versus institution, that which institution to choose. But at the end of the day, it's a service that an institution is providing, a service with a promise to manage your case effectively and efficiently. And I think SIAC has been able to deliver to that promise to Indian users. We looked at the stats about last decade, we'd had over 2,400 Indian parties in about 1,500 cases involving Indian parties. But I think the number is not so simple in terms of just to speak of stats, but it's really the trust and that the users been able to place in SIAC. In fact, a lot of these arbitrations over the years have also been seated in India. So, as India is becoming a stronger seat for arbitrations and parties want an institution with a gold standard of case administration, they choose India as a seat and they take SIAC as the administering institution. So, in terms of very much choice, and I think for institutions, location is kind of agnostic, right? You could have an arbitration seated, like they just alluded to a little while back. You could have it seated anywhere in the world. But what is really that promise? And I think that's what also brings us back to the board, to continue to think, how can we do this better? How can we serve the users better? What is really the need? Where is the gap? And I think that has to be the central focus. We're talking about Viksit Bharat, we're talking about the growth for India, the vision for 2030 and henceforth. But really that growth story can happen if we stop talking about delays and accelerating costs and really have solid, efficient arbitrations. And I don't think anybody in the room would disagree to say that institutional arbitration is the absolute answer. The good thing is that we have a lot of options now in India. There's so many, there are domestic institutions, there are international institutions. Which institution to choose for can also be your type of disputes. What exactly, you look at the cost, you look at the experience of case management, you look at the enforcement track record, of the institution, what are the parallel arbitrators they have, what is the understanding of the kind of disputes. And even when we speak of, Indian parties, India is trading with the rest of the world, right? We're really out there. And you would see, structuring of the companies and, that comfort of neutrality. So I think SIAC being able to serve and support and stand together and will continue to do so. I think it's very much part of the story. I think nobody in the world today doing business on an island alone. Singapore cannot, New York cannot, Paris, and India, we all have to be able to do it together to support wherever you can get the best from the world, right? I think that's my 2 points on it.
Thanks very much, Shweta. One thing that you commented on and one thing that Marike commented on is really it's the users that matter, and the users don't want delays, the users don't want high costs, they want efficiency. And one thing that we are seeing, and Marike mentioned this earlier, is that mediation is sort of having another day today. People are turning to mediation often first before they go to arbitration. I have a little bit of a jaded view. Sometimes I wonder, is mediation really useful before going to arbitration? And on one day I think it's useful, on another day sometimes I think, no, really, if the parties wanted to mediate and sort it out, they could have. But I'd be interested to hear your views. Particularly, let's keep with you, perhaps, Shweta, on the SIAC SIMC ARB Med ARB protocol. If you could tell us a little bit about that, I think that's a great innovation, and I'm sure our audience would love to hear about it.
I think, we all sort of unanimously agree that mediation has landed. and has a very important purpose to serve. When I speak to the companies, they say, we want to run with the business, and we want to find the best way to be able to sort of settle this, right? But not every case can get settled, while that's the ideal case scenario in the world, to have, you can sort of maintain your relationships, you can continue with the businesses, and you don't have to sort of contest against each other. But the reality is there are some kind of disputes, some parties' objectives that able to sort of match and mediation works. But there are also large sort of disputes where they don't. We have a protocol with the Singapore International Mediation Center, which is the ARB-MED-ARP protocol. And we've seen a number of cases over the years. And of course, some have succeeded under the protocol and some have not. While at SIMC, there's overall about 60 to 70% success rate of mediated settlement. But I think it's still, while we want it, it is, you still have to look at the nature of the dispute, and you have to look at the parties' intent, when they get into the dispute. If both sides, one party wanting to settle is not enough. What is the other side looking at it? But we've made some changes to the rules to address this. Now there are specific rules in the recent revision of the SIC rules, which requires the tribunal to specifically ask the parties to go and try and mediate. Have they explored this seriously or not? To nudge the parties to be able to do that. And it's recognized as, while they could do it in principle, but there was no codified rule to that effect, which now there is in the rules. So I think everyone is taking note. In the practice, it is being integrated a lot more than before. Yeah.
Thanks, Shweta. Tejas, would you like to comment on the ICC's approach to mediation?
Sure. The ICC also has mediation rules. There is a Center for ADR which administers mediations under the ICC rules. What we see in practice is that mediation really works. Again, something that Shweta has already confirmed. At the ICC, more than 50% of the cases are settled within the first hearing with the mediator. In terms of cost, again, something which is very efficient, because the average cost for an ICC mediation would be just about $20,000, whereas the cases run into $80 million, $130 million. We've had about 50 or 60 parties last year in ICC mediations. And how the rules promote mediation is that the arbitrators and the parties are encouraged to look at mediation. That is the wording that we use. And if the parties want to pause arbitration and get into mediation, the ICC will appoint a mediator free of charge, so that is administered mediation. And the ICC will also adjust the cost of the arbitration with the mediation itself, and vice versa. So again, this is how we encourage mediation within the rules.
Very helpful. Now, turning just immediately to your right, I think, I'm a little bit dyslexic, can't tell if it's your right or your left, but Mr. Chauhan, as a user and as a general counsel, how many of your disputes have you been able to successfully mediate?
Quite frankly, I mean, although mediation is mandated for commercial disputes, in my experience and experience of people I know about, it's a very poor rate in India, right? Because when you go for mediation, the belief of both the parties that they are right is extremely high. And maybe, second, third, fourth round, if the amounts are not large, or something of that sort. But typically, mediation is not having that kind of a success rate, what we understand in India, especially commercial disputes.
Yep. And, this is not meant to be me as a speaker, but I will say I think mediation can be helpful depending on the type of dispute and also depending on the time in which you're doing it. Sometimes it often helps to go into it as an arbitration, as Shweta was mentioning, and then at a point in time then say, okay, we've had our initial pleadings, I've seen your case, you've seen my case, now maybe it makes sense to come to the table and try to mediate a settlement. But it's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but certainly it's something worth exploring. Turning now a little bit more, the topic of the day today is how to build India's legal foundations so that its ADR system can become such that any other developed nation will want to come to arbitrate and mediate in India. And to have a successful arbitration and ADR system in India, you need to have trained arbitrators and mediators. So I'd like to invite comments from, perhaps, Tariq, you might want to talk about this. What do we need in India to build a more robust ADR system?
Thank you very much, firstly, and good evening to all. Since we are talking about 2047, I think it's important we look back and see where we are coming from as India. Indian arbitration ecosystem is not new. It's not, people think it's the 1940 Act, which was the first act, which is not correct. It used to be the 1899 Act, which was only extended to 3 provident states. Thereafter, the 1908 CPC had Schedule 2, which was dedicated to arbitration. Then we had 1940 Act, which suffered from various problems, and I'm reminded of Justice D.A. Desai. On 29th September 1981, he was dealing with a case, Guru Nanak Foundation versus Ratan Singh. What he said is very interesting and relevant for us to look back. Interminable, time-consuming, and expensive court procedures impelled jurists to explore the alternative to the court system, and that led them to the Arbitration Act of 1914. However, the way in which the scheme of the Act has been implemented, and every award without exception has been challenged before the court, has made lawyers laugh and legal philosophers weep. Now, this is where we are coming from. That's where the 96 Act came into the picture, which had its own issues. Arbitrators were taking arbitrations for 10, 15 years. Fees was exorbitant, and nothing was ever getting over. Everything changed on 23rd October 2015 when the amendments were brought in by the Government of India, which completely changed the shape of arbitration landscape, which was followed by, of course, other amendments in 2019 and 21. And I must commend the Government of India for these amendments, because that's when we actually got better than many other jurisdictions, and it has become a trend to criticize India in global conferences, whereas we are doing much, much better. And the Indian ecosystem is doing exceptionally well. Now, what is lacking very quickly, I know I'm running against the clock. In all these arbitration weeks and arbitration conferences, the topic is how to become a hub of arbitration, where in fact nobody really talks about what would it entail to become a hub of arbitration. It's very simple. First and foremost, you need a robust arbitration law to create an ecosystem, which India has now in place. The 1996 Act has been amended, and I think it's pretty much in a good shape. The Law Ministry is again doing an exceptional job. They're inviting comments, and reforms are ongoing. The second thing which is important to have a robust ecosystem is the support from the judiciary, which means a judiciary which is enforcement friendly and enforcing arbitration agreements also, not just arbitral awards, which I think to a great extent Indian Supreme Court has done a phenomenal job. The third is you need a world-class arbitral institution, which now we do have in India, and I think that's really good, with a flexible and world-class rules which we have in place. The last thing which is important, and people think it's the most important, is the infrastructure, which I do not think is as important as it is projected. What India now lacks today, to my mind, and where we can really make a difference, I think the panelists have already covered that. It's a push from the courts, which is required for the institutional arbitration, because as long as the courts are appointing arbitrators and keeping it with them, that's where the real problem lies. And that's where Dubai as a jurisdiction and DIAC as an institution is making a lot of difference and remains the largest institution in that part of the world, because none of the awards in the DIFC courts have been set aside in the last 20 years. That is the level of pro-enforcement jurisdiction we are talking here. So when I'm seeing, as a practitioner of DIFC court and as a user of DIAC, I see the quality of awards is best, and I have not seen those kind of awards, and nothing is being set aside. I was trying to actually look for a DIAC award which has been set aside, and I couldn't find anything. So as a user, this is the institution that I want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Actually, keeping with that, the quality of awards, I'd like to hear a little bit about scrutiny of awards. And I know some institutions offer that, some don't. The ICC is notable in that it does offer scrutiny awards. So perhaps, Tejas, you could comment very quickly on it.
Sure. The ICC has a 3-level scrutiny, and what we mean when we say 3-level scrutiny is that the ICC court is involved. We use the word the ICC International Court of Arbitration, and it's very funny because the whole idea is to get you out of the court. But the court is a body that is made up of 190 members and led by a president. So every award within the ICC rules cannot be notified to the party unless and until it has been approved by the ICC court. Now again, there are 3 levels to this. First the Secretariat, then the Managing Councils, then the court. But how it works in practice is that we see on average every year 10% of the awards are not approved and sent back to the tribunal to redraft. 98% of the awards will have comments from the ICC, so they will benefit from some level of scrutiny. Now, without getting into the technicalities of what we address and how we address, given the paucity of time, I would say that the ICC, all of this process is a human process. The ICC does not claim that we have a 100% enforcement record, and we do not say that no award has been set aside. It is a human process, and it is dependent also on the interpretation of the courts. So in short, this is how we do scrutiny.
No, very helpful. And touching again on something that Tariq mentioned, and he spoke about the wonderful developments that are coming out of the Law Ministry, and we're really honored to have with us today the Secretary of the Department of Legal Affairs, Ms. Anuj Rati Rana. And Ms. Rana, if you could please comment a little bit about what you are seeing at the Ministry and what policy changes are being made to make India a hub for ADR and arbitration, I'd be very grateful. Of course.
All the esteemed panelists on the dais, all the esteemed guests at the conference room, and today's session moderator, a very good evening to all of you. So, with regard to India's and the Government of India's perspective, my thoughts will revolve around from the policy angle. So, over the decades, the Government of India has taken consistent steps to modernize its framework with regard to the arbitration. In this regard, the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996, with its subsequent amendments, has made arbitration more time-bound, transparent, and globally competitive. The establishment of Arbitration Council of India with an aim to build world-class arbitral institutions in India at par with other international institutions in Singapore, London, and Paris. And a defining moment comes in 2019 with the enactment of New Delhi International Arbitration Center Act, now renamed as India International Arbitration Center Act. With this legislation, IIAC was established as an institution of national importance, and this declaration reflects the Government of India's resolve to make India a serious player in the global arbitration landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024, currently under deliberation, proposes further reforms such as 60-day timeline for disposal of key court applications, shifting procedural powers from courts to arbitral institutions, and reducing regulatory overlap. And these steps aim to cut backlog, improve efficiency, and enhance business confidence. All these reforms align with our Honorable Prime Minister's Narendra Modi's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, which is the theme of our today's deliberation. A future-ready India built on ease of doing business and ease of justice. He has envisioned India as a global hub of arbitration and in 1922, while addressing the joint conference of Chief Ministers and Chief Justices of High Courts, our Honorable PM posed a compelling question. I quote, "In 2047, when the country completes 100 years of its independence, what kind of judicial system would we like to see in the country?" Unquote. It was more than a rhetorical question. It was a call to introspection. He emphasized that mediation in our justice system is not just a tool for resolving pending cases, but a reflection of our age-old tradition of dispute resolution through mutual consent and participation. He noted that mediation reflects a distinct human concept of justice, one that has long existed in the fabric of Indian society, even outside the formal courtroom. And this is true. India has always believed in the principle of samvad, dialogue before discord. Mediation is not new to us. It is part of our culture, from the village panchayat to modern statutes. Mediation in India has long existed in statutory form as well as beginning with amendments to the Code of Civil Procedure. Building on this vision, the Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India has introduced Mediation Bill 2023, which subsequently culminated into the enactment of Mediation Act, a step towards institutionalizing mediation as a mainstream mechanism for dispute resolution. We at the Department of Legal Affairs, Government of India, Ministry of Law and Justice are deeply honored to be carrying that vision forward. We are giving form to the Honorable PM's aspiration of justice system that is more accessible, more empathetic, and more in tune to the evolving needs of our country. In simple terms, a system that heals, not hardens, that includes, not intimidates. Over the past decade, many obsolete laws have been repealed to declutter the statute books. The enactment of Commercial Courts Act 2015, the subsequent amendments to the Arbitration and Conciliation Act and launching of the Mediation Act 2023 have significantly improved access to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to make ADR not the exception but the norm. It is not about catching up with the world. It's about moving step with it and often leading by the example. The future of ADR is the future of justice, and that future is now. In today's India, a nation determined to rise as a global economic power, our dispute resolution mechanism must reflect our aspirations and must match the pace and precision of our commercial ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the address. With that said, I'm pleased to report we are ahead of time, but one thing that I have to do is say an individual thank you to each of you. Thank you so much for your time and for coming here today and sharing your thoughts and your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our guests. I would request you to please stay on the dais as we start with the felicitation. I would please like to invite Ms. Lubnisha Shaha, founder GCAI, Head of Legal and Compliance, South Asia Airbus, to please do the felicitation. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. With our last session for the day, the valedictory session. The theme for this event is Nyaya Nirmaan, Reimagining India's Legal Foundations for Viksit Bharat 2047. And after all the discussions by the stalwarts of the industry, who all join us tonight, this session aligns to the crescendo we all were waiting for. The theme for this session is Reimagining Justice Delivery, Structural and Administrative Reforms in Judiciary. This discussion will be focused upon two key agendas. First, separation of judicial and administrative functions, and second, improving judicial productivity and reducing pendency. For this session, I would like to invite our guests of honor on stage. Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, member of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Honorable Justice Manmohan, Supreme Court of India. And Honorable Justice Pankaj Mittal, Supreme Court of India. I would request you all to please come on the dais. Welcome all the guests. I would now like to invite all of the GCI members to please come and join us on the dais. Requesting all of the GCAI members to please come and join us on the dais. Thank you, everyone. I would now like Dr. Sanjeev Kemawat to please come forward and felicitate our guests. Please feel free to give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, and we'll now move ahead to the special address. For the first special address, it is my great privilege to welcome Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, a distinguished economist and a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. He played a pivotal role in shaping several key economic policies and strategic initiatives for the nation. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Shri Sanjeev Sanyal on stage for the special address.
Does this work? Or do you need, I need this? Okay. Okay, so Justice Manmohan, Justice Pankaj Mittal, friends from the General Counsel Association of India, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to come here and speak to all of you here. The idea behind my talk will be to give you a somewhat broader economic perspective of the legal system and how I, as a policymaker, think about this. So I will be somewhat critical, but hopefully you will take it in the right spirit, because we are in this boat together. So as many of you know, that India is just this year become the world's 4th largest economy. We are still the fastest growing economy in the world. In about 24 months' time, we will become the world's 3rd largest economy. Then, of course, it's a long slog to the other big 2. Nevertheless, let it also be clear that the way our demographics is set up, we effectively have somewhere between 20 and 25 years to become Viksit Bharat. Effectively, this is the period in which we basically have to make it. After that, we will grow old. Just like Japan, just like Europe today, we too will grow old. So this is the 2 decades in which we have to grow as rapidly as we can, in the hope that we are at least upper middle class, rather may not become really rich, but and that is an important thing that we need to do, because this is a national opportunity for us, not just as a country, but as a civilization to come back. But in this, the legal fraternity really has to play a role. And the reason for this is, I'm afraid, the judicial system and the legal ecosystem, but the judicial system in particular, is now, in my view, the single biggest hurdle to becoming Viksit Bharat and growing rapidly. I've said this before, and I'm saying it again. So it's not something I'm saying for the first time. The inability to enforce contracts in time or to deliver justice is now such a major constraint that I'm telling you, if we do not see a major overhaul of the entire legal ecosystem, it will not matter what else we are doing in the rest of the system. And the physical infrastructure will get, 5-6 years, it'll become good enough. Maybe we need to upgrade our cities. All of that we'll manage. But the legal system really has to be fixed. And let me show you what happens as a result, just as a policymaker, when we are making rules and regulations. We suffer from what is called the 99-1 problem. What is the 99-1 problem? It's the following. You see, when you're making rules, regulations, policies, 99% of those rules, regulations, policies, the bulk of it, is really reflects the problems of 1% of misuse, that 1% of dispute, and so on and so forth. Now, in any functioning system, that 1% of exceptions should actually get sorted out by the legal system. But because I do not think it will get sorted out there, all the rest of the 99% of laws, rules, regulations, and all kinds of complicated things that I have to do is effectively to take care of that 1%. And of course, it feeds back into itself, into a spiral. And so now we have ended up with the complicated system further creating its own complications and so on. So we really have to do something about this. And here, of course, everybody will talk. I'm sure the others will speak about the legal processes that need to be radically changed. But I think we need, first of all, a cultural change, a cultural acceptance, which the legal profession needs to have about the problems that it faces, rather than to have the rather self-congratulatory tone which one tends to hear in conferences like this. I'm sorry if I'm being a little bit rude, but anybody who has been to any conference in which I've spoken will know that that is my usual approach, and because I mean well. So as I said, please take it in the right spirit. Now, usually what happens is this is blamed on some colonial legacy of processes and so on. But in fact, we keep adding new problems to the system. And I'm going to use one example because I heard it being spoken about a little earlier. So I want to talk a little bit about pre-litigation mediation. This is not an old problem. We have only in the last decade or so added this as a new problem. And the legal profession thinks it's a solution, but the rest of us think it's a problem. So let me tell you why. Because according to Section 12A of the Commercial Courts Act of 2015, this was, for commercial cases, it was turned into a mandatory step, right? Now, let me clarify, I have no problem with the idea of mediation. It's a good thing, it should be done. But to make it mandatory has caused the following problem. Now, I collected data for 5 years, from 2000 to the year 24, from the two main commercial courts of Mumbai. Commercial capital, commercial courts, best place to get data on this issue. And I found that between 98 to 99% of pre-litigation mediation actually fails. It then goes back into the same courts that you are complaining about and trying to avoid. All you have achieved is added 6 months to the process, lawyers' fees, mediators, all kinds of other things, not to mention huge efforts to avoid that loop. What is the benefit to the system? As I said, I have no problem with mediation. Why not make this simply voluntary? And yet, huge amount of effort was put in by the legal profession to actually add this to the mediation bill of 2023, and it nearly became mandatory. A failed system, which we know it doesn't work, was nearly added and made mandatory for civil cases as well. It is because of a few people like myself who wrote rather angry notes to the parliamentary committee that it eventually did not become a part of the act. But the fact is, there has to be some level of responsibility that the legal profession has of adding something that may be beneficial to you as a profession, but is at massive cost to the rest of the system. So please think about this for the rest of the system, and not, and you know, it really annoys me when I hear self-congratulatory tone when you come into these kinds of things, which is beneficial to a profession, but is a huge cost to the rest of the system. Number two, we need to move away from the way the legal profession is set up. It's set up as, I'm afraid, a medieval guild, where you have a caste system of stratification of lawyers that goes somewhat. You have senior advocates versus normal advocates. You have advocates of record. Why are all these people needed in the 21st century? Just have a standardized SOP. Let anyone run it. In fact, why do you even for many levels of legal work, why do you even require somebody to have a legal degree to argue your case? This is the age of AI. If I, as a citizen, can figure out how to argue my case of perplexity, I should be allowed to do it. If I want to put something as record, let me do it. You tell me exactly what the process is, I will follow it. That I'm not arguing that I will not. But why do you need this caste system in there? And that, by the way, is also true of the judiciary. There is a clear difference between those who become judges from being senior advocates and those who are promoted from the lower courts. We do need to, if you want to get talent to come into the judiciary, you have to have a system where the best talent makes his way up the system. You can start right at the bottom and make their way up the system to the top. Because if that doesn't happen, then clearly then don't complain that the lower courts do not attract the level of quality that you want. Number three, we need a culture change in the way people use the whole thinking about this profession works. Just to give you an example, not to be taken personally by anybody. You cannot have a profession where you use words like, my lord, or when you're doing a petition, it's called a prayer. You've got to be kidding me. We are all citizens of the same democratic republic. It is not appropriate for one citizen to call another citizen my lord or to pray to them. It is not acceptable. And we have got to end this. It also have to end this whole custom of having these long vacations. I'm sorry, this cannot go on. The judiciary is a public service like any other part of the state. I also work in the government. I also take vacations. But the judges are very happy for them to take vacations. But why should the entire court system be shut down for this? After all, the policemen also take vacations. I also take vacations. Do you shut down the entire police department for this? Let's say some other profession does this. Let's say the doctors decide that we will take summer vacation, Dussehra vacation, winter vacation, and shut down the hospitals for a large part of the time, and we will have vacation benches for emergency cases. Would that be acceptable? Why is it acceptable then for something that is effectively the responsibility of the state, and as a citizen, is something I should expect from the state and particular branch of the state? Now, my reason I'm making all of this tone of voice in making these points is very simple. Because we as a people, as I pointed out, have about 20-25 years to make it. We don't have time to waste. We all have to pull together. You're as much citizens as I am, and I have great faith in my fellow citizens that they will do the right thing. So I've really come here to beseech my fellow citizens that you from the legal profession really pull up your socks, because we are waiting for you to really push for this. If it makes you feel a little bit better, I have stood in similar events by other professions, bureaucrats, chartered accountants, fellow economists, and made similar pleas over the years. And I have to say, although there was a significant amount of hostility in the beginning, I have begun to now make a dent. Bureaucratic processes are slowly but steadily getting improved. Far from being shunned, I am now actually invited to Labasna at Mussoorie to give talks. And you know my tone of voice, so, top-level officials in their part of their training put up with me. The way chartered accountancy profession, or in fact, my own profession of economists, have had to change themselves has to be done because we have to be willing to go out there and question things from first principles. Because that's the only way change will happen. So let me stop right there and state that, dear fellow citizens, the moment has come. We are the generation we were waiting for. That nobody else is going to do this. It's between you and me. We are on the same ship. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a very invigorating speech. Thank you so much. With that, I would now like to invite and introduce another esteemed speaker, Honorable Justice Pankaj Mittal. A distinguished jurist, he recently served as a judge of the Supreme Court of India, presiding over matters of profound national importance. Pardon me. We would first like to go ahead. Pardon me again.
सभी उपस्थित जनों को मेरा नमस्कार। मंच पे विशिष्ट जनों को मैं नमन करता हूँ। मेरे वरिष्ठ श्री हेमंत गुप्ता जी बैठे हैं, उनको भी मैं अब नमस्ते कहते हुए अपनी बात शुरू करता हूँ। मुझे यहाँ एक ऑडियंस के रूप में बुलाया गया था और शायद यहाँ आने पे मेरे से कहा गया कि आप भी 2 शब्द बोल दीजिए, तो मैं थोड़ा सा असमंजस की स्थिति में हूँ। अभी सन्याल साहब ने बहुत सी बातें कहीं, बड़ी रुचिकर थीं, अच्छी थीं, और एक बदलाव जिस तरीके का उन्होंने सजेस्ट करा है होना चाहिए, परंतु कुछ इश्यूज़ हैं जो शायद इस मंच से मैं साझा नहीं कर पाऊँगा, लेकिन अगर कहीं अकेले में वार्ता करने का मौका मिलेगा तो मैं सन्याल साहब को उसके अच्छे और बुरे दोनों पक्षों पे मैं उनको जो है बातचीत करूँगा। जहाँ तक जुडिशरी की बात हम करते हैं तो मैं समझता हूँ 3 मुख्य बातें हैं जिसका ध्यान हमें रखना पड़ेगा जब भी हम विकसित भारत 2047 की ओर कदम बढ़ा पाएंगे। सबसे पहला है कि हमारा जुडिशरी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत मजबूत और अच्छा होना चाहिए। जुडिशरी की जो स्थिति मैं देखता आया हूँ, ख़ासतौर पर यूपी में, बहुत ही दयनीय है। कोर्ट रूम्स नहीं हैं, जजिस के रहने की व्यवस्था नहीं है और लोग बाग परेशान हैं। जिला कचहरी तक जाने में भी उनको कठिनाई आती है। तो सबसे पहले तो जब हम ग्राम न्यायालय की भी बात करते हैं तो हमें ग्राम न्यायालय को मजबूती देनी है और दूसरा, हर तहसील में, हर सब डिवीज़न में हमें जो है मुंसिफ और सिविल जज जूनियर डिवीज़न की कोर्ट स्थापित करनी होंगी। हर मुकदमा जिला कचहरी तक नहीं आ सकता, हमें लॉयर्स को भी जो है थोड़ा सा बांटना पड़ेगा, जिससे कि वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में क्राउड ना हो। तो जब सब डिवीजन्स में छोटी छोटी कोर्टें बन जाएंगी तो अधिकतर जो इनिशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन है मुकदमों का वहाँ पे होगा और उनकी अपील जो है डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में ट्रैवल करेगी और ये एक बहुत ही व्यापक स्वरूप जुडिशरी का होगा, जिससे न्याय जो है, जिसको हम कहते हैं न्याय चला निर्धन से मिलने घर घर तो नहीं जा पाएगा या घर घर न्याय वाली बात नहीं हो पाएगी, लेकिन फिर भी कम से कम उनको पास के क्षेत्र में न्याय उपलब्ध हो सकेगा। इसके साथ साथ इन छोटे जगहों पे न्याय जो है हमें जनता की भाषा जो वो सुनते हैं और बोलते हैं उस भाषा में हमें देना होगा। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि अंग्रेजी को आप हटा दें, लेकिन उनको समझ में आना चाहिए कि उनके मुकदमे में क्या हुआ, ये हमें जो है सुनिश्चित करना पड़ेगा। इसके बाद जो आता है हमारा जो बहुत ज़रूरी रिफॉर्म्स है वो अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ जजेस का है। हर लेवल पे अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ जजेस, उसमें हमें सुधार लाना पड़ेगा। सबसे ज़रूरी है प्रॉपर अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ हाई कोर्ट जजेस। अगर हाई कोर्ट जज सही रूप से नियुक्त होंगे तो सबॉर्डिनेट जुडिशरी अपने आप जो है एक कंट्रोलिंग लिमिट के अंदर रहेगी, इधर उधर भटकेगी नहीं। और उनके अच्छे अपॉइंटमेंट से हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी अच्छे न्यायाधीश मिलेंगे। इसके लिए हमें पूरी एक नई व्यवस्था को सोचना पड़ेगा। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कोलेजियम वाली व्यवस्था नहीं, लेकिन हमारे 94 के जजमेंट से कोलेजियम की व्यवस्था आ गई, एक अच्छी नियति के साथ आई, बहुत अच्छा कार्य हुआ। लेकिन अगर अब इसमें कुछ कमी नज़र आती है तो इसका भी बदलाव होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तीसरी बात जो है, ये जो हम लॉ बनाते हैं उसकी प्रक्रिया को जो है देखना होगा। पार्लियामेंट से लॉ बनता है, स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर से लॉ बनता है, परंतु आप सब जानते हैं कि किस प्रकार से लॉ बनता है। ऑफिस में लेजिस्लेशन ड्राफ्ट हो जाता है और पार्लियामेंट में आता है, पास हो जाता है। उस पर ना कोई डिस्कशन होता है, ना कोई डिबेट होती है। अगर इस प्रकार से हम लॉ बनाएंगे तो कोई अच्छा कानून देश के लिए नहीं बन के आएगा। हर बिंदु पे, कानून के हर बिंदु पे, हर बिल के हर बिंदु पे जो है अच्छी बहस होनी चाहिए, एक एक सेंटेंस पे होनी चाहिए, फुल स्टॉप कॉमा पे होनी चाहिए, अन्यथा वो लॉ जो है नहीं पास होना चाहिए। हम एक छोटी सी समस्या को अपने दिमाग में रखते हुए कानून पारित कर देते हैं। नहीं, कानून व्यापक होना चाहिए, पूरे देश के अनुसार होना चाहिए, देश की नीतियों के अनुसार होना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है। इन तीन बदलावों के मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारी जुडिशरी जो है बहुत आगे बढ़ सकती है और साथ साथ में टेक्नोलॉजी का भी हमें प्रयोग सुचारू रूप से करना होगा। बिना टेक्नोलॉजी के हम विकसित भारत की ओर कदम नहीं बढ़ा सकते। हमारी न्यायपालिका में भी पूर्ण रूप से टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए। बस इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे सुना। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Justice Mittal. We also understand that we have audio-visual to play. So now we'll move ahead with our next guest. We have Justice Manmohan, Supreme Court of India. He's the Honorable Mr. Justice Manmohan, and he is renowned for his expertise in constitutional law, intellectual property rights, and commercial law. He has authored several landmark judgments that have shaped India's legal landscape. Please join me in extending a very warm and respectful welcome to the Honorable Mr. Justice Manmohan.
Respected Justice Mittal, Mr. Sanyal, Dr. Sanjeev Gemoth, eminent ladies and gentlemen, both on the dais and off the dais. Whenever we would have a good teacher or a good principal in school, you know, he would set a target or a goal for us. And he would say that you have to achieve this target in a certain time frame. Now, it's good always to have a target because the energies of the students need to be utilized, and it is not good to have a rudderless society, as it were. So I'm glad that those at the helm of affairs have given a target to this country at large, that by 2047 we must become a developed nation. I'm also glad that those who are not in the government have not opposed this target or this goal that has been set for 2047. I'm further glad that as if it were students of the class, and that is the General Council, are discussing this issue as eager students to how to achieve this target of 2047. It is this institutional resilience which is founded on a magnanimous constitution and on democratic foundations that are deeply entrenched in this society, that gives me hope. India is today the fourth largest economy, as has been pointed out, with virtually a GDP of about $4 trillion. But by 2047, we want to become a $30–35 trillion economy. That is a humongous task. We have a tailwind with us at this moment, as was pointed out by Mr. Sanyal. We have the demographic dividend in our favor. The population is relatively young. We have a rising middle class, which is very large when compared to other standards. And we are attracting huge investment, that is the FDI, in large numbers. I think in 2023, we received about $71 billion as FDI. That is really large. And this tailwind, as it were, is reflected in the legal work that we are doing today. I'll give you a simple example of that. About 2 years ago, I had gone to a Southeast Asian country for a conference. It's considered a very developed economy. And there I was attending the session, and the Chief Justice of that country said that, why don't you come and visit my court? So I said, my session gets over by lunch. I'll be free around after lunch. So he said, please come to my court. I have a meeting with my minister during lunchtime, but my registry will show you the entire court, and he'll also give you a sort of a feedback on how we run our court. It's a very organized court. So I was there with a large contingent. At that time I was in the High Court, so I had 4 more judges with me, and we went to that court, the Supreme Court over there, and it was an amazing visit. They had a registrar who was very conversant with technology. All their courts were computerized. And he told me something amazing. And he said, sir, in our registry, we keep track of the latest developments that are taking place in law. We try to predict that this year, which is going to be the new genre of litigation that our judges will have to deal with. We do the research we inform our judges so that they are well prepared to deal with the challenge as it were to come. Just out of curiosity, I asked him, what is the flavor of this season? And that's about 2 years ago. He told me, sir, this year the flavor of the season seems to be standard essential patents. And we are preparing a large number of papers for our judges to be ready. You know, that year, that Southeast Asian developed economy did not get a single SEP case, and we got 4 SEP cases in Delhi. Why? Because the economy is so large that you get a matter decided over here, it virtually leads to a world settlement. There are 3 or 4 economies of this size where if you get a good verdict, the whole matter gets settled all over the world. And that is what happened in a case which I had an occasion to deal with. It led to a settlement, a global settlement within 6 months of a standard essential patent, which led to royalty payments all over the world by a manufacturer who was not based in India. He was a manufacturer based abroad, and it was a software of a foreign company which was selling it over here. It was, the product was only being marketed, that's a smartphone, in India, but the technology was generated by a foreign firm, it was used by a foreign firm, they had come to India to litigate. This is the domain where the future lies. This is the country where people want to come and litigate. We just have to ensure a good environment. How do you ensure a good environment? We have to ensure that our litigation leads to a finality. There must be certainty in this litigation system that we have, and there must be predictability. These are not easy factors to get in your system overnight. And you have to ensure that litigation gets decided in a fixed time frame at a reasonable cost. How do you ensure this? You ensure this, at least according to me, and that's my personal view, and I appreciate what Mr. Sanyal said, and I will deal with it in a little time. You need new laws. You need to reimagine the whole system. All our laws today primarily deal with the brick and mortar world. But is the economy brick and mortar today? Do you see it in 2047 as a brick and mortar economy? You see it as a digital economy. You see it through the e-commerce platforms. Now, if you have the laws which deal with a brick and mortar world, and you expect the courts to deliver a futuristic judgment with regard to standard essential patents which are not referred to in any patent law, this is a new genre which has emerged. How do you deal with it? You're reimagining as a judge without any tools, without any principles of law laid down by Parliament. Now, I find Dr. Gyamawat on the dais. He's been canvassing for a new law on damages. I think it's perfectly legitimate. Today, if you suffer a damage as a citizen, suppose you were flying on a plane, you had a slight mishap, you suffered some damage. First of all, you'll go to the hospital, get yourself treated, you'll incur that expenditure. Then you'll engage a lawyer, you'll incur that expenditure. Then you'll file a suit, whatever that court fees has to be paid, has to be paid. So you have lost on 3 fronts and got no money. Can you have this colonial law in existence today if you want to be a futuristic economy? How do you want to become a futuristic part of the world? You can't do it with archaic laws. You need to have new laws. You have to reimagine the whole system. Today, try working in the system, getting a license, getting some permissions. How does it work? How does an income tax officer or a GST officer treat you when you are generating wealth for the country? He treats you as a thief. His mindset is, something must be improper if you are generating wealth. that whole mindset, that ecosystem has to change. It's not that it is not happening. A lot of reforms have been brought about. Let's take the income tax faceless assessment that has come. It's a giant step forward. If Parliament wants, it can reimagine the system. Look at GST today, where they are using artificial intelligence to find out where the fraud is taking place, where the taxes are not being paid. Very imaginative. But I think if you want to be a 30 or a $35 trillion economy, you need to do much, much more. You can't have an income tax act which is running into about 500 pages and one provision running into 5 pages with 5 provisos and the CBDT circulars running in the teeth of that section. Only a genius can understand it. I tell you, an ordinary layman cannot understand these provisions. You have a Companies Act which is now reformed, which is now running into, again, more than 500 sections. You want to be futuristic. In an income tax law, there are certain provisions which deal with presumptive tax. You have now brought about a reform in GST which is very forward-looking. Why can't you do it with the Income Tax Act? A small percentage of presumptive tax, that's a good suggestion to my mind. Many experts have been saying it. So see, if you want to be a futuristic economy, you have to change the archaic laws. The colonial mindset has to give way. It is not reform. It is reimagining the system that needs to be done. You can't deal with laws of the brick and mortar world with a digital economy if you want to be. And let me tell you, someone must understand the system and understand how it operates. It is good at times to talk as a generalist without understanding how the system operates. And I would like to address one or two issues which have been raised by Mr. Sanyal. One is mediation. Look at today the government of India. It litigates in each and every forum. It is the biggest litigant today. Have they reformed their system that each and every matter which starts from the civil judge is taken up to the Supreme Court? Because the government, no government officer is spending money on litigation, therefore each and every matter goes up right till the Supreme Court. And why does it go up to the Supreme Court? He says he'll be censored by the CVC, he'll have a CBI inquiry, so the matter must be taken to the last court, even if it is of 500 rupees. And even if the expenditure is 50,000 rupees on that. This mistrust in the system which has crept in of one institution against the other, and within that institution has to give way to mutual respect. That is not happening, unfortunately. We are all very suspicious of each other. How do you today resolve this backlog which you have if you do not adopt alternative dispute resolution mechanisms? Mr. Sanyal has talked about a particular perspective. I'll give him another perspective of how successful mediation can be. And I've seen this happen. See, a trademark suit was filed by a very famous gene company saying our mark is being misutilized by an Indian firm. Yes, it was being used. It was a very popular, well-known mark. It had been misappropriated by someone. Now, injunction was granted for the asking, but the learned judge then said that, why don't you try mediation in this? After all, he's not a very big player. What will you get at the end of the day? Reluctantly, the MNC agreed for the mediation. When it went for mediation, the senior management found that the cloth which was being used, the fiber that was being used, was of very high quality. So when the matter was discussed before the mediator, ultimately a compromise was arrived at, and that Indian vendor who was misusing and misbranding the product was made a vendor of the MNC, because the MNC liked his fiber, the product that he was generating. So imagine what mediation did, which you can never think of in the Indian legal system. It made him a vendor, it gave him a recognition, which you would never have got in an adversarial system. When we sit as judges, we realize the reach of the mediation. Today, in nearly about 90% of matrimonial disputes which have a color of criminal litigation, which is 498A, all matters are settled in mediation. You take up any partition suit of 1,000 crore family dispute, it will only be settled by mediation and by nothing else, because if a single judge decides it, it only leads to an appeal. From an appeal, from the division bench, it will go to the Supreme Court. From the Supreme Court, it will come back. It will again do re-litigation. In fact, one of the matters where I was presiding over a bench and the matter was repeatedly coming back and forth from the Superior Court, I said it reminds me of a James Bond film. Neither the hero dies nor the villain dies. They're only sequels. So mediation can attain finality. In mediation, you can attain finality. In mediation, you can give closure. In mediation, you can arrive at a result which in an adversarial system you can never arrive at. And we have seen so many success stories as judges that we cannot say that the system is not credible. But the government has to adopt it because the government is the biggest litigant. And the problem over there is that there is no trust within the bureaucracy, within the system of the government, that this system will not succeed with the government. It is unfortunate that it is only going to succeed in the private sector, between private individuals, but it will not succeed with the biggest litigant because there is so much of mistrust. If an honest officer were to go and settle some tax dispute or some GST matter, he would probably have a CBI inquiry against him. Therefore, this mediation is not being used. Then there was an issue about vacation which was raised. Unfortunately, our system is very different. See, it's simple to say that a police inspector goes on leave, but the police continues to work. Or one doctor goes on leave, the hospital continues to work. But in litigation, it is not this. You need both the sides of the lawyer, both sides lawyer, you need a judge. All have to be present simultaneously for a matter to be decided. It can't be that one lawyer goes on leave and the other is working and the judge is on leave and the two lawyers are available. All of us have to be available at the same time to decide the matter. These traditions which have been laid down by people who thought about the system. They were aware of the system. Every peculiar institution has certain peculiarities, angularities, and they have to be taken into account. If you don't appreciate the system and just try to visualize it or compare it with other systems, it may not be very appropriate and accurate because every system works differently. I cannot understand a bureaucrat's mindset at times, but that is because he's operating in a different system. At times the economist thinks differently. He thinks from a larger perspective. I may think from a different perspective. So we may have different perspectives, but each and every institution has its own functionality, its own peculiarities. If I am available as a judge, my appellate court has to be available the next working day because an appeal may be filed the next working day. It can't be that my appellate court is on leave on that day. Therefore, you have simultaneous vacations of all courts at the same time virtually. It is very different how the system operates. It's not like a doctor, it's not like the police inspector. That's why there are certain differences in the system which need to be taken care of. But yes, the laws need a drastic transformation. We need laws with data sovereignty, with digital rights. We need laws that deal with climate justice. And today, how do you handle a situation where people, as my brother pointed out, where people in other institutions are not able to appreciate the importance of a good judiciary. For a good judiciary, as my brother pointed out, was that you need good courts at the district court levels. I'll give you a simple illustration, and it is not of some old times. I'm giving it to you about a year back. I was the Chief Justice of this Delhi High Court. And I found that our strength, that is the sanctioned strength, was much higher than what we had recruited in the lower judiciary. So I put some pressure on my colleagues who were conducting the examination process, and I said, no, bring the sanctioned strength at par with the actual vacancies that are there, so fill them up. We succeeded. We virtually achieved 95%. Problem today is I don't have courtrooms, or as a Chief Justice, I did not have enough courtrooms to accommodate my judges who had been recruited. Can you imagine in a place like Delhi, there is no place or a courtroom that is available to accommodate a judge? In one district, one judge was handling about 7,500 matters of family disputes, when the average should be about 1,500. I had the judges. They had been recruited. I could have posted them in that district, but I didn't have a single courtroom. 4 projects were started last year, but this is not very high priority for the state governments. The budgetary allocations are very difficult to get. They are given at the pain of contempt. The budgets are sanctioned. So it is an uphill task when it comes to this. Then you see the regulatory mechanisms that we have. I was in the US a few years ago, and I was staying with a family, and my friend with whom I was staying got a call from the IRS, and they asked for some queries on the phone, which he replied to with regard to his income tax. Can you imagine the system working in India? That an income tax officer, without giving you a show cause notice, will just speak to you on the phone, get some clarification and say, yes, you have clarified my doubts. You have to reach that level to reach a Viksit Bharat. That is a 2047 economy that you must generate. That someone sitting at home can give a call to the collector of lands, or his land dispute can be resolved on phone. That is what we have to dream of. But how will that happen? The law, the system, everything needs a transformation. It doesn't need to be reformed. It needs to be reimagined. That is what is the issue which arises. In conclusion, I would say that law should be a bridge and not a barrier to entrepreneurship. We have to strengthen federalism. We have to ensure that our institutions at the ground level work. Why are the courts overflooded? Why are we dealing with monkey issues, dog issues? Because the civic administration is not existing at the ground level. Why are people coming and crying in court? That I have suffered a dog bite, I have suffered a monkey bite, please do something. It is happening because at the lower level, the administration, especially the civic administration, is having a lot of challenges. You cannot have a civic society that cannot even afford to pay its monthly salary bills. Can you imagine in a place like Delhi, the municipalities do not have enough funds to pay for their own salaries if they were not for grants from the state government and from the central government. Now, you have to have these institutions running and going. Otherwise, what happens is all these issues get transferred to the courts, and the courts grapples with them, whether it is salary to the municipal staff who have not been paid for 6 years or 3 years, or they have not been paid their 6th pay commission, they are being paid old salaries. How do you concentrate on major economic issues which you are confronted with if these basic issues are not getting resolved and everyone is leaving this problem at your doorstep? So there are challenges, and really this mistrust will have to go between the institutions. It will have to transform into mutual respect. Till we don't respect each other, we will not be able to carry the society along with us. We have to ensure that we create a system where all stakeholders work together. and we must appreciate each other's viewpoint, take it in the right stride, but at the same time, understand each other, must appreciate that we may have different needs, different requirements. In the end, I would like to only say that in 2047, when the world looks to India, let it be a nation where laws are just, not just legal. Courts are accessible, not intimidating. Governance is transparent, but not transactional. And let us imagine or reimagine India's legal foundation, not as relics of the past, but as instruments of transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice Manmohan. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Mr. C.V. Raghu, founder Gcai, for the vote of thanks.
Good evening. First and foremost, apologies. We are running behind time, so sorry to keep you waiting. Honorable Justice Manmohan, Honorable Justice Mittal Saab, Mr. Sanyal, my fellow colleagues from General Counsel's Office, General Counsel's Association of India, academicians, friends. Today has been a very different day for us. We imagined, while we are talking about reimagining India's foundation, we imagined this day many, many months back, and I'm glad that we were able to put up a subject, a discussion on this. And let me assure all the speakers, all the various participants, that we've taken serious notes of everything that was said. And we will really come back, and you'll hear a lot from us on each of the steps that has been, each of the advice that has been received today. I will not be fair if I don't thank all our sponsors. They've been behind us for more than a year now, which only makes me believe that the path on which we are walking is the right path. There are people who are willing to support us. There are more, and as we speak, we are about 3.5 years old organization. The first 3 months, we had more criticism and less appreciation. Today, we have appreciation coming from our General Counsel's community, as well as External Counsel's community, as well as we speak to a lot of judges, a lot of government officers, senior government officers, who believe that the path on which we are walking is the right path. And let me assure you, as the President of General Counsel Association, we're not going to stop. We're surely not going to stop, and this is not the last event that you've seen. We today made a curtain raiser for a very ambitious internship program. And if my information is right, nowhere in the world, and let me repeat, nowhere in the world, any organization has run an internship program across law schools for 1 full month. And we assure you, it will be one of the most outstanding events that we want to do. That's what we strive. If we fail, it will be our fault, not yours. But we'll try to strive and make it a big success, because then we can replicate. Because today's India is not just the metros. We want to take internship right into the village, where a small poor man's son is also wanting to be a lawyer and wants, they can't come to Delhi or they can't come to Mumbai. The internship program has to be meant for including them as a part of the inclusiveness. It is the other dimension. I and most of my colleagues in the General Counsel Association, we go to various law schools, and we see a lot of kids who come from a lot of girls who are very hesitant. There is a self-esteem issue. We want to actually address those kind of issues and bring bright people into the mainstream. And that's the only way. I heard somebody say is that we need to build a fraternity of qualified, competent, good set of lawyers. And that's what is our vision, and we'll work towards that. Before I conclude, I must thank our event managers. I must thank Chandani, where is she, for coordinating this whole function. I must thank Mr. Bhatia from ITBP, he and his team, they've been extraordinarily helpful. For us, getting a venue like Bharat Mandapam was itself ambitious, and we managed to pull it off. And last but not the least, each of the participants, every one of you who's sitting there, for sparing your Friday evening, I know weekend evening. I'm coming to Varadkar. Yeah, I'm coming to Varadkar, in the sense. And the fact that we are standing here, the fact that this whole thing, everything that you see around, where's Ritvik? Is Ritvik anywhere? Ritvik? No, he's not there. So, Ritvik and his team at Vaura, they have been extraordinarily engaged for now nearly a month, more than a month in pulling this event, because I never knew that there's so much of work goes behind an event management in the sense of putting up hoardings. And when we came to ITBP, this center, ITBP also surprised us with the demand that they had. So we had to live up to that demand. So we managed to do that, pull it off. And thank you very much. Once again, deep gratitude to all our speakers, honorable judges, honorable academicians, and fellow friends who came and enabled us to pull this event off. Thank you very much. Please join us for cocktail and dinners, the floor below, where the trophy was being served, near there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raghu.
We will have some photographs, so please stay on stage. Two another, thank yous. One is Yogi ji. Where is Yogi ji? चांदनी भी आएंगे स्टेज पे, योगी जी भी आएंगे स्टेज पे. And above all, our young social media team, all of the social media team, they are absent. But the young social media team will put the photos on screen. Yeah. Chandni, Yogi ji, please join us on stage.
I would request all of the GCI members to please come up on stage for a photograph. I would also now like to invite Team Bahura, GCI social media team, and Team Balaji Productions for the photograph, please. Thank you so much, everyone. Please proceed towards the dinner and cocktails. Thank you.